Hello, 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 and good evening. Welcome to Paranormal Friday at the True Crime Cafe. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Uh, Tonight we're going to be looking into Mount Shasta and some other stuff. We're going to start the show off a little different, though. It's a little bit of the very beginning is going to be a little bit of true crime because it's very important. After we get that put out, we're rolling right into the paranormal stuff. So, guys, hang out, share it out if you will. Please hit that like button when you come through the door so we can get this up into that algorithm because that's what YouTube loves. And other than that, hang on to your seats because we're about to get this show on the road. Here we go. Hello, hello, all you awesome people. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope you're all having a great evening. I hope everybody had a great day today. Great to have you all here with us tonight. Please make sure you're hitting that like button as you come through that door, guys. Um, and share this out to anybody you think would want to come in here and hang out with our crazy butts. I appreciate that so very much. Come on down, guys. Come on in. Get comfortable, if you will. Grab a seat. Grab a chair, grab a couch, grab a stump, grab a stool, grab a toilet. If that's what it is, then find a place to sit and get comfortable, guys, as I always say. But come on in, if you will. Please and thank you. Excuse me. Come on, come on, come on. So, like I said tonight, it is Paranormal Friday, guys. So typically, we take a break from true crime and we delve into the paranormal world. Um, and we're doing that tonight. But at the very beginning here, we're going to just put out some information in the true crime realm that's very important. And we can't wait another day to put it out. That's why I'm doing it at the very beginning. And then once we get that out, we're going to move right on into the whole crimes or the paranormal stuff. So I appreciate your patience on that very much. So that's the plan. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, please, and have a conversation with me. I do believe I will be at some point being joined by Miss Andy. Of course, if she's interested. As she usually does join me on Paranormal Fridays. And whatever else we do, we do. So it is what it is. So please make sure you're hitting that like button. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. Let's see. All right, all right. Let me see here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on a minute, folks. Never been very good at multitasking. Where is it? God, y'all, I got a sinus infection again. It's driving me nuts. Stupid weather and air conditioning and all that fun stuff. There we go. Okay. All right. My title is supposed to say Mount Shasta. Let's look into my Shasta. Oh, good God. Thank you, Tomboy. Oh, guys. It was supposed to be a T, not a Y. Thank you so very much. Green Eyed Lady. Green Eyed PI hit us with a $10 super sticker. God bless you so very much. That is so very, very welcome and very appreciated, I should say. Thank you. Thank you for that. God bless, ma'am. And thank you for being here. We appreciate your support all the way around. Absolutely. So thank you for that. Thank you, Doodlebug. Can't believe I did that. That's crazy, you guys. Good God. Hold on a second, everybody. Give me a second here. I'm sorry. I'm sure you guys were all like, what the hell is my Shasta? What is his Shasta? Good eye, Tomboy. I fixed it. Good Lord. Sorry, folks. Quick typing. You know how that works. Thank you, Brandy, very much, dear. Let me see here. So. Oh, I did for sure. I definitely caught it once I looked at it right there. You can't go wrong. At least it tells me she's paying attention for sure. Guys, please click on this link here. This is something Arctic's been putting out there for a while. Even when he's not in here, we try to put this out. It's a petition to reform the Amber Alert system and make sure that all, not just who they pick and choose, but all missing children get an Amber Alert when they go missing. I'm talking from birth to 18 years old should have an Amber Alert, no matter what the situation, no matter where they're at. Period. So please click on this link if you can. Sign this petition, get it out there, and let's try to make a change, guys. Let's try to make a change because we really need it. Thank you for that, Arctic, very much. And one of the mods, too, if you can link that, I think Sherry already has it, but let's try to make sure we can hang on to that for when he's not here, and we can run that regularly. Oh, Tomboy, I'm sorry. Yoinks. That's crazy to hear. Welcome, Salty. And thank you, Miss Andy, for that. So, first and foremost, before we go anywhere, guys, I wanted to tell you at the beginning of this show, we were going to do this a little different here, but Arctic dropped this in my Discord earlier, and I couldn't believe it. Again, there's 4 brothers that were last seen in Palmdale that have been missing since the 1st of July. Okay? July 1st. Today is the 19th. We've never heard of this until today. What's wrong with that? Okay? That's a problem for me. So that's what we're going to get into first. Excuse me. First and foremost, though, let's see who has graced us with their presence. And I can see, of course, Arctic Box True Crime, guys. Please check him out if you haven't. Thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you. And that goes along with everybody that's in the Blue Crew, my moderators and producers. These people are amazing. I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without them, ever. So thank you all for being here. But Arctic, thank you for joining us, brother. Doodlebug, I see you, my doodle. Again, thank you for being here. Kaylee, great to see you, Miss Kimber. Prying Paul is in the house. Good to have you back. Stormy Cherry, good to have you here. Good to see you. Aaron B, welcome back, brother. Miss Alicia J, thank you for joining us. Susbusters, that's a new name. I love the name. Thank you for joining us today. Groot, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss B Williams, thank you for joining us tonight. Green-eyed PI, back in the house. Great to have you here. Tomboy Charm, great to see you. Great to have you here. Miss SRB, thank you for joining us tonight. Great to have you here. Andy Rose, always a pleasure. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Good to have you here, Brandy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Annie Ruler, welcome back. Good to have you here tonight, Annie. Thank you for joining us last night again, Annie. We appreciate you very much. La 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 la. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. Do. Molly, I'm telling you, mods, go get Molly, and then she's gonna have to stand in the corner for 5 minutes. She's one of the producers of this crap, and she's not even in here. You're in trouble, Molly. Paladin 2004. Good to see you, brother. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's good with you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Quinny's in the house. Hello to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. Looks like we got 41 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that like button so we can get this up in that. There she is. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. You're lucky. You're lucky. But thank you for being here. She can't stand in the corner. She eats boogers. Okay, Doodle. Well, just she's here, so she's good now. And it doesn't do any good to people in the corner because Doodle just gives them cake while they're there. Very good point, Paula. Thank you. I'm lucky. I'm lucky. You're lucky, Missy. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Butterfly 71, thank you for joining us again tonight. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Come on down, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I hope you all are having an amazing day. Salty Sleuth Investigates in the house. Thank you for joining us, Salty. Great to have you here tonight. Don't start with me, Molly. Don't start with me. Hey, I feed people. It's what I do. Where's them chicken and dumplings at? It's too hot for that stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Lint liquor. It's already been started. That's why we're all fat, Doodle. It's all your fault. Yes, Doodle, it is. Uh-oh. Kimber, easy with them gummies. What the hell are you doing, Molly? Come on in. Michelle Weddle, good to see you. Come on down, guys. So, again, to put this out, 4 brothers been missing since July 1st, guys, and not a word, not a word, not an Amber Alert, not nothing. And guys, I'm so angry about this. I mean, it's bad enough that there's 4 young children missing. They're all brothers, but one of them has Down syndrome. Okay, which means that he's needs a little extra attention, maybe some medications. I don't know, but that's not important enough to put an Amber Alert out. That's not important enough to give us some information so that we know that these kids are missing. This is the problem. This is where the problems lie with this stuff, guys. It's ridiculous. So let me see if I can make this a little bigger for you. Here we are. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is asking for the public's help to find 4 young boys who have been missing for weeks, including one who is diagnosed with Down syndrome. The 4 brothers were last seen on July 1st around 2 p.m. on the 800 block of East Avenue P12 in Palmdale, this is in California. The brothers range in age from 2 to 5, and authorities say they are considered at risk. Details about their disappearance are limited, but the Sheriff's Department believes the 4 boys are possibly headed to the Mojave area in Kern County. The following descriptions have been provided by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Case Brown, 4 years old, has brown hair, brown eyes, and was last seen wearing a white diaper. Officials say Case has Down syndrome. Kai Brown, 4 years old, has short brown hair, brown eyes, and was last seen wearing white underwear. Caden Brown, 2, has curly brown hair, brown eyes, and was last seen wearing a white diaper. These are all babies, guys. They're all young children. And Cone Brown is 5 years old, has short brown hair, blue eyes, and was last seen wearing white underwear. So these kids are in diapers and underwear, you guys. And they're very young. Here we are. This is Case. This is the 4-year-old. This is the one that they're saying was diagnosed with Down syndrome. And descriptive wise, there's no clothing. So okay, this is Kai, 4 years old. This is Caden, 2 years old, and this is Cohen, 5 years old. Case is 2 foot tall, 30 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, last seen wearing a white diaper. Kai is 4 years old, 2 foot tall, 30 pounds, short brown hair and brown eyes, last seen wearing white underwear. Caden is male, white, 2 years old, 2 foot tall, 25 pounds, curly brown hair and brown eyes, last seen wearing a white diaper. Cohen is male, white, 5 years old, 3 foot tall, 40 pounds, short brown hair and blue eyes, last seen wearing a white diaper. They were last seen around 2 p.m. on the 800 block of East Avenue P12 in Palmdale. There's very little information, guys. I couldn't find anything else about this. I was in Discord talking to you guys earlier, some of you guys earlier, and I was typing this stuff in while I was talking to you guys, trying to find more info, and I can't find anything, Arctic. Which pisses me off. 4. These are 4. All at one time, together, missing. And there's nothing out. There's nothing. Diapers and underwear, guys. This is disgusting, okay? They were last seen in Palmdale, July 1st, around 2 p.m. Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department put out that info. Anyone with information about their whereabouts is urged to contact the LASD Watch Commander at 661-272-2454. Anonymous tips can be submitted online or by calling 1-800-222-8477. Nothing at all, Paula. Nothing. This is the problem, guys. There's 4 little boys that have been missing for going on a month now. Nobody needs to know? Seriously? This is disgusting. It's more than disgusting. It's beyond sad. So thank you, Arctic, for finding this and dropping this at me. So this is why we're starting off today, guys, because I didn't want to let this go another day. It's been too many days without info put out on it. So here they are. Doodle, if you get a chance, hon, can you screenshot these pictures for me? So maybe we can blow them up and I can make them into shorts or something. I'd like these to be seen regularly. This just irritates the dog shit out of me. If you have some time, Doodle, of course. Probably because it was hot outside. Welcome, Cynthia. History genealogy, Cynthia. Probably because it was hot outside, which is why they were probably in diapers and underwear and no clothes, because they were outside and hot. You know what I mean? That doesn't make it okay. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't make it okay to me. This is sad. Four little brothers. Again, one of them suffering from Down syndrome. All within the ages of 2 to 5, guys. Now, I can't imagine that they just went on a field trip by themselves. So somebody must have probably taken them. And we all know how this stuff works. Welcome, Trish. Thank you for joining us tonight. Good to see you, Mittens for Kittens. Thank you for joining us tonight as well. Guys, please make sure you're hitting that like button when you come through the door. Twyla Montgomery, welcome. Well, I'm going to guess they were all together, maybe playing outside. I'm going to have to say this because I, as much as I hate it, we know that trafficking is a real thing. To see 4 little boys together, maybe playing in their yard by themselves, not being monitored, is a dream to these idiots that do this stuff, and they probably snatched them. Good stuff, Arctic. Thank you. He said he's going to be calling in the morning. Unless it's a family member, parental custody issue, but I highly doubt that. I don't know. This is a little weird to me. It's been a long time, too. The 19th is went missing on the 1st. So I pray to God that they're just not out in the elements. But I feel like somebody grabbed them. This is crazy, though. That's kind of a little. I'm in that realm, Aaron, in a sense, but like I said, we all know that trafficking is a real thing, and it's a problem. So again, I don't know. It's very sad, though. Hey, Park Q, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Guys, we're going to get into the paranormal stuff here in a moment, but this is very important, and I wanted to put this out ASAP. It is, Aaron. It definitely is. And I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm not going to put it past the situation because we know how easy it is for that to happen. You know what I mean? There should be an Amber Alert. That's the problem. That's what I don't understand, Arctic, with this. There's no ideas as to what happened. They just called in and said they're missing. Like there was no somebody took them or nothing. Yeah, that's very true too. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to say that that's what I think happened, but this is just strange. That's a good point, Paula. It's a very good point. This is why we need to have the Amber Alert system changed, folks. One of the big reasons. No matter who, what, or when, if it's a child, there should be an Amber Alert issued immediately. As soon as they go missing, immediately. Not within 48, 72, 36, whatever hours. No, right now. As soon as that child is no longer seen and nobody knows where that child is, there should be an alert issued like that. No, I did not, Glitter. Good to see you tonight, by the way. They need a car for Amber. See, there's just so many stupid rules that go along with this Amber Alert stuff. It's not, and it's not. Yeah, that's same here. I would like to know info as well, guys. I can't find anything. Nothing new on him really, but I'll show you guys what I found. Like I said, these four just didn't decide that they're gonna go on a road trip. You know what I mean, and walk off together. Either somebody grabbed them, or if they did walk away, something bad happened, and I don't want to think about that. But you know, they're definitely not runaways. Welcome, Tracy Dellum. No, they're all shirtless. I think Cohen, the 5-year-old, is wearing underwear. Caden, the 2-year-old, is in a diaper. Kai, the 4-year-old, is in underwear. Case, the 4-year-old, is in a diaper. This is it. Shirtless and a diaper or underwear. This is so ridiculous. Once again, folks, if you don't want children, then don't have them. And if you do, please take care of them and keep your eye on them and clothe them and feed them. And just, I'm just saying. Now, I don't know the full situation with this, so I'm not going to judge this situation completely at this point, but hold on a minute. Hold on, guys. I think we got something here. And I appreciate this, by the way.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Star Wars Outlaws, available August 30th.
And we have breaking news. The LA County Sheriff's Department is asking the public to help find 4 missing Palmdale brothers. They were last seen July 1st. Case Brown is 4 years old with Down syndrome. Kai Brown is 4 years old. Caden Brown is 2 years old, and Cohen Brown is 5 years old. Palmdale sheriffs say this is a custody issue where the boys were taken by a relative, but they're not sure which one or which relative that is. Right now, this is not considered a kidnapping, but that could change in the future. The only reason a missing persons bulletin was released is because of the boys' ages. And we have breaking news. The LA County Sheriff's Department is asking the public to help find 4 missing Palmdale brothers. They were last seen July 1st. Case Brown is 4 years old with Down syndrome. Kai Brown is 4 years old. Caden Brown is 2 years old, and Cohen Brown is 5 years old. Palmdale sheriffs say this is a custody issue where the boys were taken by a relative, but they're not sure which one or which relative that is. Right now, this is not considered a kidnapping, but that could change in the future. The only reason a missing persons bulletin was released is because of the boys' ages.
Rated Teen.
Okay, so we do know that they were taken by family. We don't know which family. It is a custody issue, so thank you, Salty, for that little video there. I am a little confused. How do you know that a relative took them but don't know who? That's a little strange to me. Definitely strange. So, if anybody gets any extra info on this, please. I know SRB. I knew it would bug you. please, 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 throw it my way. Definitely send something to Arctic too, for sure. Or whoever. This is some scary stuff. 4 little ones like this. And that's the thing. Nothing has been put out until now. Only because of their ages. Only. God, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. It drives me nuts. Good God almighty. Anyway. Hold on here. I thought somebody just... It is a custody issue where the boys were taken by a relative, but they're not sure which family member. Currently, the case is not considered a kidnapping, but that could change. I don't understand this. It's so stupid. And the only reason a missing persons bulletin was released is because of the boys' ages. What? You see what I'm saying? This is how stupid this is. Ruby Slippers, welcome. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. So this happened 3 weeks ago, and now it's important because of their ages. What? It should have been important the day they went missing. I'm so sick of this kind of stuff. So dumb. Anyway, thank you guys for paying attention to that. And again, I'm going to try to put this together to where we can have their photos up there a little bit bigger and make them into a short so they're seen like regularly. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Doodle. I don't even know. Wonder if the person who has custody or temporary custody took off with them. That could be too. It could be. But still, 3 weeks ago, come on. Let's make this make sense. I'm sure I know what they are. I'm thinking them, so yes, I get it. I get it. I absolutely get it. Jesus God. And one of these children is suffering from Down syndrome. And again, I don't know if he's on any kind of medications for anything, but I'm sure there's special needs that he has that need to be dealt with. That's of utmost importance. And these people that do this stupid shit don't think about these things. I have a feeling that they may know or have an idea of who it is, but I don't know. This stuff makes me so angry. Yeah, they should know by now, I would think, Tracy. Hey, Jaded, good to see you tonight, dear. Seems like we are complete dumbass. I can't wait to eventually live overseas again. Who's bullshit here? Yeah, it is absolutely every single day, Jaded. I agree. There hasn't been anything new on Joshua Zimmerman, like really new. Dog had put something out. It is known to... Ew. It is known that his mother has been cash apping him money via his cash app. So that's how he's probably been surviving. But there is nothing. There's nothing new. Just trying to check something to make sure I'm right. I guess the Mississippi Highway Patrol has mobilized to try to help in the manhunt against Joshua Zimmerman. We're on day 36. And I'm guessing, my understanding is that Zimmerman's mother confessed to helping him by sending him Cash App money. There's been 0 leads, 0 sightings, but he is still on the loose and could be anywhere. So again, please, please, please keep your head on a swivel. Keep your eyes open, your ears open. Let me show you real quick here. Tina Petrillo is Zimmerman's mother. I promise we're going to jump into the paranormal stuff, but somebody asked about this. So, and I do show you guys this every day just to keep you up to date. This is his mother, okay? And she states at him, how can you let me go to jail? I have till Friday to give them something more, or I get charged for the 3 phone calls and 3 Cash Apps I did the day you escaped. Never would I ever have done that knowing what you did. Why are you running from your mistakes? Please, for the love of my baby girls and Nathan, turn yourself in. Please, I beg of you. I can't go to jail. These are U.S. Marshals, not cops. It's serious. I'm sure that you've seen the video of us coming out. Babies, Nathan, me, and Louie. I'm about to lose everything. Nana is critical in ICU, fighting for life. Please do the right thing and turn yourself in and make this right. So this is his mother pleading with him. And still, nothing has happened. So, just saying, you guys, like, this guy has no care in the world. Nothing whatsoever. So he's still free, and he's still very, very, very dangerous, everyone. Please don't lose sight of that, and please don't forget that. Agreed. He has no soul, no heart. When you're going to allow your mother to go to jail, come on now. No cares in the world. So crazy stuff. Thank you, Doodle. Thank you very much. So, again, I'm going to put this up in as a short here shortly. No pun intended. So that they can be seen regularly. But these 4 boys are missing. They need found ASAP. So, thank you, Doodle, for that. You did an amazing job, as always. Tracy. Oh, okay. Thank you. I see what you're saying, Tracy. Yeah, I'll put that together here shortly. That's the deal with Josh Zimmerman as well. Nothing still, guys. We're going beyond a month now, so just saying. Okay, where are we at here? The hell are you guys doing in this Discord back here? Crazy selves. Y'all are crazy, of course. All right, so like I said, it is Paranormal Friday. Welcome, Ann Carter. Good to see you tonight. Anybody else I may have missed, thank you for joining us tonight. I do appreciate you very much. All right, hold on here. Uno momento. I don't know, Paul. I don't know if that was a true statement or if she was putting that out there to make it look good. to try to avoid going to jail. Do you know what I'm saying? It could be the real thing, or it could just be some BS she put out because she's scared to death now because she got caught. Do you know what I'm saying? These parents will do things like that too.
Mount Shasta.
So, all right, we're gonna start this off tonight with this. Hold on, about Mount Shasta, and then we're gonna go into some other stuff. We had some difficulties putting some of this together too. The two producers struggled with some of this because YouTube and their rules, we're only allowed to show you what they want us to show you. So you know how that goes. Well, let's give me a second here. Okay. Hold on. I want to make sure that you guys can hear this too. Okay.
Activity, drawing in enthusiasts and skeptics alike. This stunning mountain is renowned for its natural beauty and rich cultural heritage, but it's also a hotbed for UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, and other unexplained phenomena. Reports of strange lights, discs, and aerial phenomena have flooded in, with some even claiming encounters with tall, slender alien beings. The mountain is also said to be home to Bigfoot, a mythical creature described as a large, hairy, ape-like being. Some believe that Mount Shasta hides an ancient Lemurian civilization within its depths, a lost city of advanced beings who offer wisdom and guidance to those who seek it. The mountain is also said to be a dwelling place for ascended masters, spiritual beings who have transcended human form and offer guidance, wisdom, and spiritual growth. Vortex energy and portals are also believed to exist in Mount Shasta, with some claiming to have experienced strange energy phenomena, such as unexplained vibrations, sounds, or sensations. Ghostly encounters, hauntings, and unexplained occurrences are often reported in places with rich histories, and Mount Shasta is no exception. Strange sounds and lights are commonly reported around Mount Shasta, ranging from humming noises and whistles to bizarre light displays and glowing entities. Time slips and portals are also reported in Mount Shasta, with some claiming to have encountered people, places, or objects from different eras
What's up,
or
AK?
dimensions.
Princess
For Native
Bothead.
Americans, Mount Shasta is a sacred site that holds deep spiritual significance. The mountain is considered a medicine wheel, a place of spiritual power and healing. Many Native American tribes, including the Shasta, Modoc, and Pit River tribes, have traditionally visited the mountain for spiritual renewal, vision quests, and ceremonies. They believe that the mountain holds ancient wisdom and spiritual energy, and that it is a place of connection with the Creator and the spirit world. Some Native American legends also tell of a hidden city within the mountain where ancient beings possess great wisdom and knowledge.
All right, Andy, have you checked Discord, dear? It was about Mount Shasta, Quinny. Andy, there's a link in Discord, hon, if you want to jump up with me. If you're up to it. You don't have to. I'm okay with it if you don't, but I enjoy it. What the hell? Hold on here. I had told you guys last Friday that we were gonna jump into this stuff. Mount St. Helens, Mount Shasta. And we are joined by the Andy Squatch. Hello, Miss Andy Squatch. How are you today? How you doing?
All right. I gotta try to get my damn earbuds working though.
I'll take your time. Take your time. There's no rush. We're gonna be here for a while. Yeah, because that was the thing we were gonna get into. People had brought up Mount St. Helens, Mount Shasta, and the different scenarios about it. So, that is what we're looking into in some senses. Now, I will show you guys this on Mount St. Helens, and then we'll move forward into the other stuff. Now, it's the eruption itself, other than the fact that it's legendary and it's absolutely insane how big it was and what it affected. There's no real paranormal thing behind it, other than the fact that the size of it the amount of it is just a paranormal activity in itself. Okay, it's something that's just unbelievable. But the other stuff, it's great to see you, AK. I appreciate you being in here, brother. The other stuff with Shasta and some other things I'm throwing in here with this. Like I said, guys, it's difficult to find things on some things sometimes because YouTube has so many rules. So if something happens, guys, we try to filter these things the best way we can. My two producers are amazing. They do the best they possibly can with this stuff, and they don't have much reach, honestly. So I appreciate everything they do. But like I said, I'm going to show this here, and then we're going to move to some other stuff. And I'm piecing things together, so just bear with us, guys, because this was rough. I feel bad for Andy and Molly both. One of these days, I'm going to get them both up here, and we'll make a paranormal sandwich with the three of us. How about that? I'm just kidding. I'm such a dork. Anyway, like me in the middle and the two squatchers on the side. Anyway, moving forward, somebody could say something. Are you still here, Andy?
Yes, I was getting my earbuds working. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
And Molly is not a squatch. She is a Molyeti.
A what?
Molyeti.
A Molyeti. So we have a Kimberfoot, an Andy Squatch, and a Molyeti. You guys are insane. Yeah. Anyway, this is my family. All right, let's check this out real quick, you guys. This is pretty fascinating to me. I remember when this happened. I just want to show this to be able to show you guys how insanely huge it was. I get it, Molly. You're a Molyeti now. So I wanted to take you guys to come up with the Molyeti thing.
Few minutes.
Interesting. I think Jimmy Church saw a can-shaped UFO. And I do have something else we're going to be presenting as well, since it is Paranormal Friday, that Annie said that we could use from her son. So I'm going to throw that in here too at some point. Molyeti, Andy Squatch, and a Kimberfoot. I came up with the Kimberfoot thing, so that's all me. Anyway, I'm just kidding, but let's do this.
Coming toward us like it was being shot out of a shotgun.
May 18th, 1980. Mount St. Helens erupts.
The ground moved a little bit, and then, oh my God, the whole mountain took off.
Spewing scalding rock and ash.
It was coming toward us like it was being shot out of a shotgun.
Unleashing deadly torrents of debris and mud.
I felt him grab me, pull me up on top of a log, and he just kept screaming to hang on.
And leaving behind a landscape of devastation and death.
Confusion. My priorities were rearranged that day. So we watched 15 seconds. It will never leave my mind.
Tonight on Minute by Minute, the Mount St. Helens eruption. March 27th, 1980, southwestern Washington State, 6:02 a.m. The sun rises over the Cascades Range, a chain of volcanoes situated above the Pacific Fault Line. Towering over the landscape is the 9,677-foot Mount St. Helens. Known because of its beauty as the Mount Fuji of the United States.
I'm not sure, B. If you want to resend it, you're welcome to. I have to go check, though. But if you want to resend it just in case, please do. I appreciate that very much.
The volcano has been dormant for 123 years. Hundreds of campers, hikers, and photographers are converging on the mountain for the weekend. It's also a work day for over 300 forestry workers. Near Spirit Lake, less than 5 miles from the summit, U.S. Forest Service Supervisor Kathy Anderson and her tree planting crew hear what sounds like a small explosion.
What was common around there, because of the private timberlands in that area, were road building and other activities. So we kind of assumed that had.
I've heard that story, AK. It's pretty wild.
Been just stump blasting or something.
But in fact, Mount St. Helens.
Welcome, True Seeker. Thank you for joining us, and that's pretty crazy. It's a hell of an anniversary to have.
Has awakened from its long slumber with a small eruption of steam and ash, opening a 250-foot wide crater in the summit. Within minutes, word reaches the Menlo Park, California office of the U.S. Geological Survey, or USGS. On hand that afternoon is geologist Don Swanson.
We quickly packed our bags and jumped on the first flight up to Portland.
Despite the eruption, logging companies in the area keep working. The Weyerhaeuser Corporation grows and harvests trees for building materials and paper on over 68,000 acres of land on Mount St. Helens. The day after the initial eruption, the company dispatches helicopter pilot Jess Hagerman to fly over the volcano.
Right on the very top, the whole...
By the way, this video is for fair use for educational purposes, to teach about this scenario with Mount St. Helens.
Top, there was a little bitty crater, and there were these big cracks running horizontal around the mountain.
USGS scientists install more monitoring equipment at their main observation post, known as Coldwater 1. The eruption has been a minor one, but they see it as a precursor of a larger and potentially deadly event. One of them, a 30-year-old volcanologist named David Johnston, voices his fears to a network news crew.
It's probably heating up very quickly, and it was probably pretty good evidence that an eruption may be likely.
The U.S. Forest Service puts up roadblocks closing the top of the mountain. 40 residents who live nearest the summit are evacuated. Underground tremors make the eruption of Mount St. Helens seem imminent. The governor of Washington declares a state of emergency. Because rapid evacuation might be necessary, tourists and sightseers are urged to stay out of the area. But the warnings have the opposite effect, and tourists pour in from around the country. Souvenir vendors hawk t-shirts and bottles of genuine volcanic ash. Some volcano enthusiasts try to get as close to the summit as possible. One of them is Robert Rogers, a 29-year-old radio technician with a passion for mountain climbing. He makes a game out of outwitting the sheriff's department.
I would drive up and go, "Oh, is it really dangerous up there?"
"Oh, yes, son, it's very dangerous."
"Oh, do people try to sneak in?"
"Yes, we saw a guy up there 2 mornings ago in a blue sleeping bag."
"Oh, really? Tell me, what did you do then?" And they'd explain what they did to try to catch me. Because I was the guy in the blue sleeping bag.
For geologists, however, watching the mountain is no sport.
You just didn't have time to do anything but eat and sleep and work.
Clear weather brings out a record-breaking number of tourists and television crews.
That's crazy data.
News choppers airlift reporters to the summit, ignoring the danger warnings. They are rewarded with 18 small bursts of steam and ash throughout the day. 4 weeks after the initial eruption, scientists discover an alarming bulge on the north side of the mountain. Magma, rising within Mount St. Helens, has encountered a blockage in the mouth of the volcano and is being forced out around it. Scientists, like volcano hazard specialist Dan Miller, explain the danger to emergency agencies, but little is done.
As the weeks passed and nothing serious happened at Mount St. Helens, it became more and more difficult for us to convince the various agencies, both state, federal, and local, that something ugly was about to happen.
Over the next 2 weeks, the bulge on the north side of Mount St. Helens grows larger every day.
The mountain was moving at such a rapid rate, about 5 feet a day or so horizontally, just day after day after day after day.
Officials finally heed the scientists' warnings and establish a so-called red zone, a safety perimeter that extends from 3 to 8 miles around the summit. They begin evacuating residents. On the banks of Spirit Lake, less than 5 miles from the summit, an 84-year-old resident named Harry R. Truman, no relation to Harry S. Truman, tells reporters he has no plans to leave.
That's my life. Spirit Lake and Mount St. Helens is my life, folks. I've lived there 50 years. It's a part of me. That mountain and that lake is a part of Truman, and I'm a part of it.
Truman's defiance of authority makes him a folk hero overnight. May 1st, 1980. A month has passed since the first eruption. Without another major event, public excitement dies down. But the ominous bulge on the mountain continues to grow. The U.S. Geological Survey sets up a new observation post, Coldwater 2, 5 miles northeast of the summit. This one is 3 miles closer to the volcano than the existing site at Coldwater 1. At Coldwater 1, Ro Finley, an assistant editor with National Geographic magazine, is interviewing 27-year-old photographer Reed Blackburn when the ground begins to tremble.
I looked at Reed without saying anything, but with concern, and he said, "Earthquake, I think it's about a 4.5.
The earthquake is just one of many that occur each day on the volcano, but any one of them could trigger an eruption. Blackburn, on assignment with the Vancouver Columbian newspaper, is ready if the mountain erupts. He is positioned where he can trigger 2 remote-control cameras placed 1 mile from the summit. A graduate student manning Coldwater 2 must leave for the weekend. Geologist Don Swanson and his colleague David Johnston agree to take turns filling in for him.
Gotcha, B, and thank you very much. I will definitely pull these up.
Dave said, okay, I'll do it for Saturday night if you can come up on Sunday and replace me.
May 17th, 1980, 8 a.m. It's been more than a month and a half since the first eruption. Despite the fears of USGS scientists, many of the residents evacuated from the red zone are convinced that the crisis has passed. They gather at the roadblock nearest Spirit Lake. Tempers flare as they try to return to their homes.
We're paying taxes and we'd like to use our property. I'm not afraid.
Governor Dixie Lee Ray relents and gives them permission to visit their homes today and again on Sunday.
Everyone had to sign waivers, releasing the county from any blame for what might happen to them while they were inside the red zone checking out their property.
The beautiful day brings a number of campers out into the Washington woods. At Jericho Hole on the Toutle River, 25 miles west of Mount St. Helens, high school sweethearts Venus Durgan and Roald Wheaton parked their car by a favorite fishing spot.
There were no other people around us at all, so we just listened to the radio and sat up.
Roald has hidden a bottle of champagne deep in their cooler, a surprise treat for Sunday night. 6 miles west of the summit, Ty Kearney, a ham radio operator, volunteering to monitor the mountain for the state of Washington, receives a transmission from a fellow volunteer, Jerry Martin of Concrete, Washington. Martin has stationed his radio van at a perfect viewpoint, just 7 miles away from the bulging north side of the mountain. Backpacking with his wife, Lou, and their 2 young daughters, 3-month-old Tara and 4-year-old Bonnie, Mike Moore passes up 2 campsites.
This was Bonnie's first backpacking trip. We wanted it to be something memorable for her.
They find an ideal spot near the Green River, 13 miles north of Mount St. Helens. In Bear Meadows, 14 miles northeast of the summit, amateur photographer Gary Rosenquist and a group of friends set up camp after dark.
We had a real big
Welcome,
fire
Bonnie.
because
Good to see you tonight, dear.
all the wood that was around there, and just had a good time telling stories. It was just a beautiful night.
May 18th, 1980, Swift Creek, 5:30 a.m. Tree planting crew chief Kathy Anderson informs her crew they will abandon their site near Clearwater Creek and relocate to Swift Creek, 6 miles south of the summit.
I'm still not certain what caused me to have that thought. It was out of the norm for us to stop working in one area and go to another when we weren't finished.
One member of her crew, Cran Kilpatrick, is surprised by her decision.
We were actually going to someplace much closer to the mountain than where we were on Saturday, and potentially a lot more danger.
As the sun rises over Mount St. Helens, Jim Skamanki and a 3-man thinning crew begin cutting saplings 13 miles from the summit. 100 miles away, at the airport in Yakima, Washington, a Cessna 182 takes off on a reconnaissance flight over the volcano. On board is geologist Dorothy Stoffel.
It was my first time to fly in a small plane, and I was a little anxious about it, kind of unsettled, and really not knowing what to expect.
At the USGS office in Vancouver, 40 miles from Mount St. Helens summit, geologist Don Swanson is waiting for colleagues to arrive.
People were going to bring me supplies that I could take up to live from when I was up at Coldwater 2.
Volcano hazard specialist Dan Miller starts out on the 2-hour drive to Coldwater 2. He's bringing supplies and parts for the 2 time-lapse cameras.
I drove over to the battery shed and picked up all of the batteries that I had on the charger overnight.
Nearly 8 miles west of the summit, Robert Rogers and his friend Francisco Valenzuela arrive at the Sheep Creek Overlook. They have just finished another illegal climb. They park near ham radio operator Ty Kearney.
He looks up and says, "Well, where were you boys this morning?" We made up some story of driving around. We didn't want to tell him we'd gone into the red zone.
8:30 a.m. Just above the summit, geologist Dorothy Stoffel is taking photos of the volcano.
We were flying directly over the South Crater Wall, about 500 feet. And as we went over the mountain, I took pictures of Harry Truman's Lodge.
Lou Moore is making breakfast at her family's Green River campsite.
Tara had been brought out of the tent and sat next to where Lou was working. Bonnie was wandering around. I was wandering around.
I was hanging out down in the room with the seismographs.
We dropped John off at his unit and his crew, and they started to plant their trees.
I was heading up Interstate 5.
We made a decision, we'll make one last pass.
1 mile beneath Mount St. Helens, an earthquake measuring 5.1 on the Richter scale shakes the mountain, setting in motion a terrifying chain reaction. Mount St. Helens erupts with an explosive fury. Next on Minute by Minute. And now back to Minute by Minute.
The whole north side of the mountain began to shake.
Seconds later, like a zipper, from east to west, these little brown detonations, poof, 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 zipped right across the top of the mountain.
Suddenly, I just looked up, heard some sound, and looked up, and here was this tremendous signal.
The ground moved a little bit, and then, oh my God, the whole mountain took off.
Welcome, Pepper. Thank you for joining us tonight.
25 seconds after the earthquake hits, a huge explosion bursts out from the north face of Mount St. Helens. Superheated gas shoots rock and ash more than 12 miles into the air. Dorothy Stoffel's plane is dodging deadly jets of hot gas and ash. Her pilot thinks fast.
He's diving the plane to try to gain speed, to outrun the blast, and watching the ground coming up from below and thinking he's going to nose this plane right into the ground.
On a ridge less than 8 miles from the explosion, Robert Rogers runs to grab his camera.
I get back to the car, whip open the door, drop a roll of unexposed film, and start shooting really fast. Click, 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 jam. I got 6 shots, and my camera jammed.
In Bear Meadows, 14 miles to the northeast, amateur photographer Gary Rosenquist grabs his camera and snaps 23 photos in just 30 seconds.
I couldn't concentrate on a viewfinder, so I started taking photographs again, and I kept taking photographs till I ran out of film.
David Johnston, who is at Observation Base Coldwater 2, less than 6 miles from the blast, radios in to the USGS office in Vancouver, Washington. He gets out one short statement, Vancouver, Vancouver, this is it, before the radio goes dead. All the while, ham radio operator Jerry Martin is broadcasting from a ridge 2 miles farther north.
Now we got a big slide coming off the west slope. Now we got a whole big eruption out of this crater. And we got another opened up on the west side.
Martin watches in horror as the USGS observation post at Coldwater 2 is swept up in the enormous slide.
The whole northwest section, north section blown up. It's coming up over the ridge towards me. I'm going back out of here.
Jerry Martin signs off. He is never heard from again. 8:33 a.m. 2 more huge blasts of gas and rock shoot out as the northwest side of the mountain crumbles. The eruption covers a 230 square mile area and dumps 200 feet of rubble into Spirit Lake and onto Harry R. Truman, killing him.
Welcome, Debbie.
Above the mountain, Dorothy Stoffel's plane banks south and pulls away from the blast. Dorothy looks back to see the top of the mountain torn open by a force 500 times greater than the atomic bomb at Hiroshima.
We saw this huge blast cloud lift up. And as it lifted up, there was lightning, tremendous lightning bolts going tens of thousands of feet high.
At the Coldwater 1 camp, 8 miles from the summit, photographer Reed Blackburn jumps into his car and guns it, desperately trying to outrun the cloud of ash. It's too late. In seconds, his car is engulfed. Blackburn is suffocated in 4 feet of scalding ash. The wind is so powerful that it uproots 100-foot trees as far as 19 miles away. 8 miles from the summit, Francisco Valenzuela and Robert Rogers jump into their vehicles and screech away.
Our clothing was like in a gale, just blowing. It was like a freight train with 10,000 square wheels just going by. It was the loudest noise I'd ever heard.
6 miles south of the summit, near Swift Creek, Cran Kilpatrick's Forest Service crew is running for their lives. Kilpatrick and Kathy Anderson are waiting in their truck at the top of the ridge, ready to lead the evacuation. They can only hope to get their team out before the cloud of burning ash and steam envelops them.
You could see these things periodically shoot down the south slope. They were coming straight at us. If we had been a half a mile closer, we would have been torched.
What Kilpatrick and his colleagues don't yet realize is that if they had stuck with their original plans to work on the north side of the mountain, they would all be dead. Still, the crew is far from safe. Laden with tools, they are slow to climb the steep slope to their vehicles.
Kathy calls on her radio, "Dump all the equipment, let's get out of here."
Minutes later, everyone reaches their trucks and drives to a rendezvous site where they wait for word on a safe evacuation route from a spotter plane.
You could just see the debris going overhead, and we had lightning around us.
USGS geologist Dan Miller is on Interstate 5, 15 miles southwest of the mountain. He's on his way to meet David Johnston at Coldwater 2 when he sees the eruption column.
I realized immediately that this was really a huge and very serious eruption. I quickly crossed over the median on Interstate 5 and I went racing back into Vancouver.
13 miles north of the summit, Mike and Lou Moore and their daughters, 3-month-old Tara and 4-year-old Bonnie, look up to see a tremendous cloud towering over the trees. Mike grabs his camera.
The more pictures I took, the more apprehensive I got because the blast was not going up, it was coming toward us like it was being shot out of a shotgun.
The ash, hot enough to burn skin on contact, is surging down the mountain at a rate of up to 300 miles an hour. 11 miles southwest of the summit, Robert Rogers is in his car, following Ty Kearney's van down a winding mountain road. The group is trying to outrun the cloud, but in the ever-thickening haze, Rogers loses sight of the van. Kearney goes on to safety, but Rogers and Valenzuela are stuck in the swirling ash.
The second time we passed this gigantic Caterpillar tractor in the dark, we knew we were lost.
High above them, Dorothy Stoffel is in a small airplane, hoping to put some distance between herself and the mountain.
We began to see this huge grouping of aircraft rushing towards the mountain. And we thought, just like the media, they're going to get there as fast as they can while we're trying to leave.
Staffel lands 40 miles away in Portland. 13 miles north of the summit, the Moore family is hit by a shock wave.
We felt a squeezing of our bodies, a very tight squeezing. And Lou said that this didn't happen to her, but my ears popped repeatedly, just pop, 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 pop.
That's the problem, Pepper. You can't. That's what happened to a lot of people. Is it will suffocate you, literally, because there's so much of it and it's so thick. Welcome, Mystery. Good to see you.
40 miles away in Vancouver, the phone rings in National Geographic editor Ro Finley's hotel room.
It was Ralph Perry, one of our contract photographers. He said, Ro, if you'll step out the door of your motel and look to the northeast, you can see Mount St. Helens filling the sky.
At his home in Kelso, Washington, Ray Pleasant, a helicopter base manager for the Weyerhaeuser Corporation, is still in bed when he hears a knock at the door.
Our neighbor, she used to monitor the the scanner, and she found out that the mountain had erupted.
Although his logging crews are outside the red zone, Pleasant needs every available chopper in the air for possible rescues. He immediately heads out to the nearest base. On a small farm 37 miles from the summit, Jess Hagerman, a captain in the National Guard, is getting ready for church.
They called me to call and find out how many people we had that were able to fly.
Hagerman immediately heads to the Air National Guard base at Fort Lewis, 20 miles away. The vertical column of ash and steam continues to expand upward and outward. 13 miles away at the Green River campsite, ash begins to rain onto the Moore family. They take cover in a dilapidated hunter's shack, but it affords little protection. Mike and Lou Moore's primary concern, keeping their daughters alive.
We gave Bonnie a handkerchief that had been wetted down with water from the canteen. Well, it wasn't going to work for Tara. She's 3 months old. So what we did is we wrapped her up in blankets. At one point, Lou went over and pinched her because she was so quiet. She thought she was dead, and she wanted her to cry to prove that she wasn't dead. We were all very relieved to hear that cry.
The intense heat from the volcano melts the mountain's ice cap, sending 46 billion gallons of water into the Toutle Valley below. Mudslides, heated to 91 degrees and moving at 90 miles per hour, rush down the mountain. 25 miles from the summit, along the south fork of the Toutle River, high school sweethearts Roald Reeton and Venus Durgan hear the sound of warning sirens.
We just pulled the tent right out of the stakes and ran up to the car.
Roald guns the engine of his Oldsmobile, but it's too late. The engorged Toutle River is now raging toward them, carrying logs and debris from nearby lumber yards.
Surrounded the car and picked up the car, and at that point, the first instinct was to get out of the car, but there was no place to run.
Their car is engulfed by the flood. They jump from the vehicle into the swirling mass.
I was lucky enough to land on a large log, and Venus went right in between. And when I landed on another one, and was gone, just instantly gone. It's like I thought she was dead.
The couple and hundreds of others on the mountain fight to survive. Next on A&E. And now back to 1 a.m. Mount St. Helens has erupted with the force of 10 megatons of TNT. A cloud of scorching ash mushrooms 15 miles into the air. 25 miles away, along the south fork of the Toutle River, campers Roald Reeton and Venus Durgan have been swept away by a deluge of mud and logs. Venus loses sight of Roald as she is sucked down into the morass.
I could hear him screaming in terror. I kept my hands and head above water, and at one point, 2 logs started pinching my wrist. I thought I was going to lose my arm or my hand. The pain was excruciating, and at that point, I thought it was over.
Roald, clinging desperately to a log, sees Venus's hand reaching out between 2 massive timbers. He lunges for her as the logs close in around her.
They were moving up and down and sideways, and it would just like peel the skin off her chin.
I felt him pull me up on top of a log, and he just kept screaming to hang on.
Finally, after a terrifying mile-long ride, Roald maneuvers Venus across the logs and onto the banks of the river. Venus's wrist is smashed, and her right forearm is stripped down to the muscle. She is going into shock, and Roald knows that their only chance of survival is to keep moving. They make their way through the thick forest, hoping to find a way out.
Walking back through that was hell.
I heard a number of helicopters overhead, so at that point, I wanted to get out of that heavy stand of trees we were at and be found.
9 miles from the summit, tree planters Cran Kilpatrick and Kathy Anderson have been waiting for 30 minutes with a convoy of Forest Service trucks. They're hoping a spotter plane will arrive soon to scout a safe route off the mountain. They are in constant danger of being engulfed by burning ash. As the crew waits, tension builds to the breaking point.
And there's one guy started to run, and we actually literally had to grab him and throw him back into the van.
He got hit, mostly to just knock some sense back into him.
Finally, word comes over the radio that the ash is still too thick to allow a spotter plane to fly into their area. They'll have to find their own way out, driving across the bridge of the already swollen Swift Creek.
I ran out onto the bridge. What I wanted to do is see if a mud flow was coming down the Swift Creek. There wasn't one coming, so I signaled everybody across the bridge.
Ash is raining down heavily as Kilpatrick jumps into the last vehicle on the convoy. Just on the other side of the bridge, his truck stalls.
This truck in front of us just disappears into the cloud. We didn't see anybody. It was like, oh my God, we're alone here.
Kilpatrick radios Anderson, and she hurries back to pick him up. The convoy slowly makes its way down the mountain to safety. 2 miles from the summit, geologist Don Swanson is flying in a Forest Service plane, searching for his colleague David Johnston.
There was not much chance that David or anybody else in the area was going to live through it.
Heading toward the mountain in a Cessna, Roe Finley hopes to reach photographer Reed Blackburn at Coldwater 1.
And I'd flown over cities bombed and burning during the war, but this was so much more awesome.
The wind shifts, and the ash cloud heads east, a welcome sight to the Moore family, who are hiding out in an old shack 13 miles to the north of the volcano.
I decided it was time to go out and see what I could see outside. Unfortunately, the door was blocked with 6 inches of ash, and it took quite a bit of kicking to get it open. I could make out the outline of a tree, and that's when I started feeling pretty good.
Lou Moore carries 3-month-old Tara, while Mike Moore gathers up 4-year-old Bonnie. He shoulders the backpack containing their tent, food, and survival equipment. On a logging road 8 miles from the summit, Robert Rogers and Francisco Valenzuela are lost in the haze of ash. Then,
way behind us out on the west, is a little pinpoint of light. That little spot of light got bigger and bigger and bigger.
as the air slowly clears, Rogers and Valenzuela are able to navigate their way out. The ash cloud reaches Yakima, Washington, 97 miles to the northeast. Though no longer hot, the ash makes it difficult to breathe.
This is, of course, the source of the big problem, the volcanic ash buildup. I'd say the buildup now is at least 3/4 of an inch.
Residents must shovel off their roofs to keep them from collapsing. A weather satellite captures photos of the ash cloud as it stretches across Washington state and reaches Spokane, 200 miles to the northeast of Mount St. Helens. It has taken nearly 3 hours for badly injured campers Roald Reeton and Venus Durgan to struggle through the dense forest.
I knew we had to go upstream because we floated underneath a bridge. I figured if anybody was going to be anywhere, they'd be there. And there was a sheriff's car on that bridge.
The sheriff's deputy radios for a helicopter evacuation. Nearly 4 hours after the first explosion, the eruption is still going strong.
Fresh magma was rising up and was escaping from the volcano.
Jets of burning gas sweep down the flanks of Mount St. Helens at up to 80 miles an hour. 11 miles from the summit, Mike Moore and his wife Lou try to get their young daughters to safety. Weighed down with survival equipment, Mike comes to an area of blown down trees 6 to 12 feet in diameter.
I couldn't carry Bonnie. Lou couldn't carry her because she had Tara in her backpack, and Bonnie was basically on her own in between us. She's a pretty tough kid, but for 4 years old, you're asking an awful lot.
The Moores struggle to keep their children alive as rescuers search frantically for stranded victims. Next, on Minute by Minute. The mountain has now been erupting for 3.5 hours, sending a total of 490 tons of ash hurtling over an area nearly the size of West Virginia. Emergency services estimate at least 3 people are missing and 7 are confirmed dead. Area hospitals fill with injured suffering from ash inhalation and burns. Rescue teams searching for survivors find they can't recognize a single landmark.
Where's Spirit Lake? Is that it over there? I can't believe I camped up in this area.
The rescue operation is a dangerous one.
The crews are getting tired. The machinery needs to be carefully maintained.
Chopper pilot Ray Pleasant and his crew respond to an emergency call near the Toutle River. When they arrive, they find Roald Reeton and his badly injured girlfriend, Venus Durgan. The crew jumps out and loads Venus in. Pilot Ray Pleasant pulls back on the controls and heads out of danger.
I was able to look back. I just saw this brown body, tiny little brown body in the back with the big eyes looking at me, and I'm just scared.
A second helicopter airlifts Reeton out. The choppers fly across the river to the town of Toutle, where a medevac unit has been set up at a school. 14 miles from the summit, the ash is so thick it is almost impossible to see the ground. National Guard chopper pilot Jess Hagerman flies his OH-58 back and forth over the terrain, searching for Jim Skamanki and his forestry crew.
All of a sudden, we look down and we see some kind of a car or a truck down there. And so we swung around. One thing that you could see were footprints in the ash. So then you know that you've probably got some survivors.
The footprints diverge, indicating the four men split into two parties. Hagerman banks his copter and follows one set until he locates two of the missing men.
One of the people would stand up and wave his arms, and then, he'd kind of fall back down, and the other fellow never really did get up off the ground.
Hagerman's crew chief, Randy Fonts, volunteers to go down after the two men, even though he has no idea what awaits him.
This stuff could have been 150 degrees Fahrenheit. We didn't have a clue. But so anyway, he gets out of the helicopter, gets on the skid, and jumps into this stuff.
The ash has cooled considerably, but it was scalding when it blasted over the stranded men. One of the foresters, Jim Skamanki, is burned over nearly half his body. His co-worker is sprawled on the ground near him, barely able to breathe. Hagerman lands the helicopter and hurries through 8 inches of talcum powder fine ash to help his crew chief evacuate the badly burned men.
When you touch their clothes, it was like if you scorch your clothes with an iron and you just pull it like that, and it just shreds apart.
The two men are taken to nearby Longview Hospital, where they are treated for 2nd and 3rd degree burns and ash inhalation. An Air National Guard helicopter finds the 3rd member of the crew sitting atop a tree in the middle of a mud flow. He is rushed to the hospital, but the leader of the crew is still missing. Venus Durgan is at Longview Hospital receiving medical attention. Her wounds are filled with ash.
The nurses were crying because they had to immerse me in a tub of water and take sponges and scrape out my wounds. And when the doctor came in, he said, "You didn't do a good enough job." They had to take me back in a second time, and they had to put me on morphine at that point because I was in such pain.
Robert Rogers makes it out of the woods and stops on the I-5 freeway to look back at the volcano 25 miles away.
Everybody was stopped on the freeway looking at the volcano saying, "Look at him, he's covered with ash." And I drove back to Portland, and that was it.
Now that the pressure within the volcano is relieved, the eruption gradually begins to subside. 200 square miles of forest have been destroyed. Heavy equipment lays tossed about like toys. 9.5 hours after the eruption, Venus Durgan's boyfriend, Roald Reeton, is released from Longview Hospital into his parents' care. They find a hotel for the night, and Roald's father tries to scrub more ash from his son's wounds.
Oh, it hurt so bad. It was like I passed out. I mean, God bless him. He did a pretty good job, but, he didn't get it all out. So, I'm tattooed in spots on my legs, from where the ash got rubbed into my skin.
In her hospital room, Venus Durgan watches coverage of the eruption.
I laid in the hospital room that night, watching all the events on TV. My IV bottle in the hospital is shaking every time the mountain erupts.
But not everyone is out of danger. As night falls on Mount St. Helens, Mike Moore, his wife, and 2 young daughters have not been able to find their way out of the forest. They pitch camp for the night, but Mike cannot sleep.
We could hear the volcano exploding and crackling, kind of like a witch's cauldron.
They will have to wait for sunrise and hope for rescue. That's next on A&E. Where were you when Mount St. Helens erupted?
Didn't have a clue where I was. You couldn't see more than 1/8 of a mile, sometimes less.
When the ash does part, it reveals fallen trees stretching as far as the eye can see. Despite the devastation, rescuers still hope to find survivors. But as time goes by, they find themselves placing more and more red flags to mark the dead. One family on the mountain has survived the eruption. Mike Moore, his wife Lou, and their 2 children have spent 26 hours in the forest near Mount St. Helens, unable to make their way to safety. Suddenly,
here comes a helicopter flying our direction. They're the 304 squadron out of Portland. They put 2 paramedics on the ground.
The Air Force team tries to airlift the family out.
Every time the cable came down, the helicopter kicked up so much ash, nobody could see the cable.
A cable rescue is impossible. The chopper will have to find a place to touch down. The Moore family and the paramedics hike to the Green River, but find no room for a landing there either. At that moment, Air National Guard chopper pilot Jess Hagerman flies over. He radios the rescue team and offers to use his smaller craft to evacuate the Moores.
There was no place to set the helicopter all the way down, so I had to kind of hold it on one skid.
The Moores, who have their 3-month-old daughter Tara in their backpack, climb into the helicopter.
They start sticking this great big huge Kelty backpack. I said, "We don't have room for that." They said, "Oh, there's a baby in there." I said, "Well, stuff her aboard."
Hagerman takes off and brings the Moore family to nearby Longview Hospital, where they are treated for minor scratches and sent home. Hundreds of volunteers rescue more than 150 people in just 36 hours, but 3 are still missing and 8 are confirmed dead. 31 hours after the eruption, Venus Durgan is released from the hospital. She faces 2 years of physical therapy to regain the use of her flayed arm. 2 days after the eruption, a group of geologists lands near the observation base Coldwater 1. There, they find photographer Reed Blackburn's car.
We kneeled down to look inside the car, and there was Reed. His hair was burned and so forth. Looking in the car, it was pretty gruesome.
3 days after the eruption, President Jimmy Carter flies over the area, surveying the destruction. Federal emergency relief is on its way for the 4 counties hardest hit by the blast.
The absolute and total devastation of a region that encompasses about 150 miles. It's the worst thing I have ever seen.
The force of the eruption has spewed measurable amounts of ash as far east as Minnesota and as far south as Oklahoma. May 25th, 1980. 1 week after the big blast, the mountain erupts again, sending a column of ash 8 miles high. Compared to the May 18th eruption, it's a minor event and does minimal damage. The death toll now stands at 21, and 72 people are missing. 230 square miles have been devastated, roadways have been swept away, and railroads buried. 68,000 acres of commercial timber, worth $400 million, have been damaged or destroyed. Forester Jim Skamanke is in Emmanuel Hospital Burn Center in Portland, Oregon, where he endures 4 skin graft operations for the burns that covered nearly half his body. He is the only survivor of his 4-man crew. Along the devastated Toutle River, Roald Wheaton's brother locates the buried car and retrieves Roald's things from the trunk.
So he brings in all this stuff, and then he pulls out and shows his Roald's parents, hey, look what I found in the back of Roald's car, this big bottle of champagne. We're both underage, and Roald's parents just look at Roald and I just kind of sat there and slithered in my seat. We laughed.
The champagne was the best I ever tasted in my life. It was like double sweet, you know, 'cause we lived through that, and that bottle lived through it.
No more survivors are found, and bodies are recovered for months after the blast. There is no trace of 30-year-old geologist David Johnston, who was last heard from at the Coldwater 2 observation site. The body of the last member of Jim Skamanke's forestry crew was finally found in the branches of a tree, about 2 feet above a high water mark made by the Toutle River, dead from ash inhalation. In the end, the death toll will reach 57. Less than a year after the eruption, the first tree is planted in the blast zone. 5 million more are planted over the next 3 years. The Mount St. Helens National Volcanic Monument is established, and tourism increases dramatically, boosting the area's economy. Thousands flock to the mountain, and a new Spirit Lake Highway is built to carry visitors to the spot where Coldwater 2 once stood. 20 years after the disaster, the National Forest Service organizes a reunion for rescuers and survivors. For those who attend, it is a time to remember and reflect.
I was one of the lucky ones, and through that luck of not going back to where we were on Saturday, I'm here today.
I don't take life for granted, nor do I take our children for granted. It's not lost on me what a gift it is to have them.
Venus Durgan and Roald Wheaton have remained friends. The eruption forged a bond that has stood the test of time.
The ultimate act of love and friendship that anybody can do is risk their life to save yours. And I don't think you're going to ask for anyone to do anything more for you. And for that, you know, I'll always be grateful to Roald. You know, there'll always be a place in my heart.
The May 18, 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens remains the most devastating volcanic event in the history of the continental United States. Some of its impact has been positive. The U.S. Geological Survey used the data from the eruption to create technological advances, including a satellite warning system for possible eruptions. Their work has saved thousands and honors the 57 men, women, and children who lost their lives at Mount St. Helens.
When you see an erupting volcano, the power and the impact, the energy that's being released is truly stunning. And it makes you realize that we are pretty insignificant creatures next to an erupting volcano.
A very, very, very thank you, Miss Sherry, for that paranormal experience for sure. I know that there was nothing like paranormal per that, okay? But there's stories about things. The act itself of it exploding was insane to me. What it did in this short period of time. Do you know what I mean? So, one second here. Pretty crazy, guys. It's very, very interesting. Let's see here. All right. So I'm going to show you guys some things about Mount Shasta and then get into, these are just small things, but then we're going to get into something a little bit different with it. You still here, Andy?
Yeah, I'm here.
And no, if I lost you or fell asleep or what, but
yeah.
What do you think of the eruption side of that? Welcome, Diana.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I remember being 5. I think I was 5, watching it on the news, and I was just like, wow. You know, you don't see things like that ever. And we actually, yeah, it did erupt. Nothing like what it did that, in, you know, when that happened. But we had ash in Ohio, like not nowhere near what they had, but just like you could see like flurries of it floating around for a few days. It was crazy. Yep, 18th, 1980. So this is Mount Shasta, and there a lot of people have claimed to have caught UFOs, sightings of Bigfoot, so on and so forth. This is a somebody claiming that they believe they may have caught a UFO on video over Mount Shasta. It's so small and undetailed, it's hard to see. Mittens for Kittens, thank you for being here. CZ, thank you, and thank you for joining us. And anybody else that might be out there lurking, thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. So, moving forward, get here for you guys. Hold on. Just 1 second, guys. I'm trying to get something to work here. I think I almost got it. Now, I love a lot of what this guy does. I don't know if I'm going to show you this one or the other one here. Let me try this one, see what comes out of this. Hold on. Okay, so this is how can I say this? A conglomerate of things that have been spoken about happening at Mount Shasta as far as paranormal issues, mysteries, adventures, whatever you want to call it, but disappearances, all sorts of things. And it's a little bit of a kind of a smorgasbord of stuff. And I thought you guys would enjoy some of the things that have happened or been rumored to have happened via this.
All surrounding. Hey everyone, welcome back to Brian's Mysteries and Adventures on Trail. We've got a lot to talk about today. We are going to be talking about disappearances, legends, mysteries, all surrounding Mount Shasta. I know I've talked about some of these cases.
Thank you so much, Green Eyed, again for the $5 super sticker. That's amazing. You rock and roll. We appreciate you so very much. And thank you all again for joining us tonight for Paranormal Friday as we delve into some strange happenings around Mount Shasta in other places, volcanic issues, or volcanic, what am I trying to say? Volcanic mountains that have had some mystery surrounding them per se. And I just wanted to show Mount St. Helens erupting because it was such a massive thing, and it just blows my mind every time I look at it. So thank you for being here, guys.
In the past. Today we're going to talk about some that I know most of you probably haven't heard of, some that you probably have heard of. We're going to talk about different legends that are surrounding Mount Shasta, all kinds of mysteries that have occurred in the area, in and around that area. Mount Shasta is an active volcano. It is a stratovolcano located in Northern California in Siskiyou County. It was designated in 1976. It is one of the most impressive stratovolcanoes in the world. Generally, it erupts once per 800 years. In the last 10,000 years, that has increased in eruption frequency of about once per 250 years over the past 750 years. Scientists don't believe it to be erupting anytime in the near future. However, in the past, when it has erupted, it has created these amazing lava tubes or tunnels, if you will. I'll have pictures and I'm going to show you more towards the middle of this video. Before we get started, I just want to do an update on a gentleman that I covered almost 2 years ago, Dylan Rounds. This is him. He was 19 years old when he went missing. Actually, during the investigation, he had his 20th birthday. I'll have a link to the full video in the description. He was an aspiring farmer. Even at 19, he was already so successful.
This part's sad. We know about Dylan and what happened with him. Unfortunately, we covered that case as well. And thank Lord that they have found his remains, and he's actually at rest finally. So thank God for that. And I appreciate that this gentleman was covering this as well. I didn't even know that when I found this. So again, thank you guys for being here. And Miss Paula, thank you, says matching green-eyed. Match me. We got something going here now. Thank you, by the way, for anybody that does the super stickers and super chats. You guys are amazing. God bless you so very much. We appreciate it more than you know. I wasn't either, Molly. I wasn't either. So bless this guy for that so very much. Angie, good to see you. And again, guys, we appreciate you guys supporting the channel in this way. And thank you to anybody that donates to the the PayPal, Venmo, and the Cash App links as well. That is so very much appreciated. Definitely not expected by anyone, but we do appreciate you guys. That is what keeps us paying the bills, StreamYard, YouTube, and all that fun stuff, so that we can do this every single day with you guys. So thank you for that, guys. You're amazing with all of these. So thank you again. Maybe I'll move past this a little because I know this upsets some people. All right, here we go. Rest in peace, Dylan. Rest in heaven.
Mount Shasta. Mount Shasta's history goes back thousands of years. I'm going to have various maps and pictures up. Mount Shasta is...
Thank you again, Miss Paula. God bless.
Like I said, an active volcano. This is a video of it. Depending on what direction you're looking at Mount Shasta, it has a sister mountain called Shastina. It's slightly smaller in elevation. Mount Shasta is 14,163 feet high at the summit.
Thank you, Miss Sherry.
This is another picture of it. Even driving by, it's just spectacular. Flying over it is spectacular. These are some more pictures just to give you an idea of what it looks like. I'm going to go over some of the history, which goes back to the Native American tribes, mainly the Shasta Native American Indian tribes, the Yurok tribe, the Klamath tribe, the Modoc tribe. These are some pictures of these actual tribes. This is a Shasta Native American picture. I was actually, thankfully, able to speak to 2 tribe members from 2 different tribes. I wanted to ask them about their history, and they gave me information about various aspects of Mount Shasta. This is a Modoc tribe woman. They all had different gods. Some were similar, but they all had stories of star people or sky people. The one thing that I found very interesting was both the Native Americans that I spoke to, one was from the Yurok tribe and one was from the Shasta tribe. They both told me, and from what I read, that they were not supposed to go above the tree line on Mount Shasta. These are all actual pictures of those various tribes. They said that no one is ever supposed to go above the tree line because that belongs to the father.
Well, good Lord, Miss Sherry, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to the cafe. I can't see who got them, unfortunately, because of the video, but thank you so much, Miss Sherry. God bless. We do appreciate that. And welcome to whoever did receive those 5 memberships. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you for jumping in with us and spilling some of that sauce as we do every single day. Let me see if I can see it. Looks like AK was gifted one. That's awesome. Welcome to the sauce, AK. Who else? K-Dips in the house. What's going on? Good to have you here, K-Dips. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. I can't tell who else got them, but welcome to the sauce, meatballs. And please, guys, welcome them as we do with all of our community members. So very much appreciated. Thank you so much, Miss Sherry. Much love.
Or the god. This is a picture to give you an idea so you can see where the tree line ends, but every year thousands of people attempt to summit Mount Shasta. Before we go on, I just want to mention the Lemuria people. This was an idea first thought of by zoologist Philip Sclater in 1864. He said that he believed that there was a continent over in India that fell into the Indian Ocean. Later in times, these people that really believed this believed that it was part of a larger continent, part of Hawaii in the Pacific Ocean, kind of like an Atlantis. There was this idea that this was a highly evolved society that was consumed in some kind of tsunami or massive storm. According to the legend, somehow these people managed to make their way to Mount Shasta and are now living underground at the center of it somewhere. Realistically, in my opinion, the idea of this is untenable because of the accepted theory of continental drift and other laws of physics, but who knows? I mean, I leave it up to your opinions. I'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts on all of this are. All right, so the most known case that you guys probably know about is Carl Herbert Landers. It's probably the most talked about case. I did a whole video on it. I'll have it in the description. He went missing in May of 1999. As most of you know the story, he was 69 years old. He was trying to summit all the peaks in California. This was the last one. That morning, he was camped at 50-50 with 2 of his buddies. They were headed up to Helen Lake, which was only about 700 feet away from where they were camped. Carl wasn't feeling all that great. So for some reason, they told him to go ahead and that they would meet him up there. Personally, if I had been part of that group, I wouldn't have done that. I'm not faulting anyone in the group.
Thank you so much for joining us, Tracy. I'm so sorry you're having such a hard time. Please make sure that when you hit subscribe, you hit that notification bell. It should be putting it out there, but thank you for finding us and looking for us and making your way here. We appreciate you very much, Miss Tracy. Thank you for joining us today. Wow, it's crazy, Tomboy.
Just think, in my opinion, I would have tried to convince him to stay with them for a couple more minutes or another hour and let him hike in the middle so that they could keep their eyes on him. But he went ahead. The other 2 men went up to the camp where they were supposed to meet him. He was never found. A massive search ensued for him. They never found anything. They never found his body. They never found any article of clothing. It's been 24 years. Carl would be 94 years old if he was still alive. Still, no one has any idea. They even did, according to Mr. Politis, they did geological surveys because sometimes there's plate tectonic movements there. So sometimes rocks could potentially cover a body, but there was no movements based on that study. Nothing has ever been found, and it remains a mystery of Mount Shasta to this day. That same year in 1999, a gentleman by the name of Rene Arnold, who went by Red, was out with 3 other people who were all novices. They were all greenhorns at hiking. They were hiking the Hotlam Balam Glacier route on the mountain's north side. They reached the summit of the mountain on Saturday afternoon. They decided to go down to around 13,000 feet where they set up their camp. The next morning on Sunday, they all got up. Red said that he was going to go out first and scout the area. That was the last the other 3 hikers saw of him. They called search and rescue immediately. Search and rescue sent out a helicopter. However, they were unable to find any remains at that time. The following Monday afternoon, a search and rescue unit was able to find his body at roughly 12,000 feet in elevation. He appeared to have died from some kind of fall. To this day, no one really knows what actually happened. I wanted to mention this case because these 4 guys were complete beginners, whereas Carl's group, they were all experts. They both happened on the same year. However, the beginners group, they actually got to the summit. They lost one of their members on the descent. Carl's group, the very experienced hikers, didn't even make it to the summit. They lost one of their members on the summit. Who knows what happened in either case? This next case is extremely bizarre. Friday, August 28th, 1970, a couple of hikers came upon a woman at roughly 10,500 feet. She was so out of it that she could barely speak. She was dressed appropriately for the weather, but didn't have any food or water. They brought in a search and rescue helicopter. Deputy Sheriff Lawrence Taylor at the time had to piggyback her almost a mile and a half just to get her to the area where the chopper could land. She was very resistant to their help, even though she was on the verge of death. She told them that her name was Jane Mueller. She looked to be about 40 years old. She said that she had gone up to hike to the summit based on a religious experience, and then she wouldn't say any more. They said that they basically had to force feed her food and give her fluids against her will. When they got her to the hospital, she told the authorities that her last name was in fact Julik, and then gave them what they later found out was a non-existent San Francisco address. The first chance she had when no one was watching, she pulled out her IVs and took off from the hospital. She was never seen or heard from again. The sheriff said that he thought he saw her hitchhiking, possibly en route to Mount Shasta again. Sheriff Taylor did what he could based on the information he was given, but no one ever heard or saw her again, at least in the California Mount Shasta area. She's now known as the woman that was rescued off Mount Shasta and vanished again. Another odd disappearance on Mount Shasta was the disappearance of John Neza. He was 80 years old at the time. He disappeared on Mount Shasta on July 17th of 1965. John had summited Mount Shasta over 40 times. He went out that day with just some alcohol, some food, some water. He left all his stuff at the Sierra Club cabin because he was planning on returning within the same day. This is an actual picture of that horse cabin. Unfortunately, very similar to the Carl's Landers disappearance, John was last seen in and around the area of Helen Lake. After that, he was never seen again. None of his belongings, none of his clothing, nor his body have ever been found.
Thank you so much, Susbusters. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And thank you so much for the super chat. It says, enjoying Paranormal Friday. Thank you. This is rad and welcome. I'm glad that means everything to me to hear you guys say that you're enjoying this. That's all it matters to me. So thank you very much. And yes, thank you for the super chat so very much.
And that was back in 1965. It's just like he vanished into thin air too. Another disappearance that I covered on this channel, which I'll have the link to the full video in the description, was Devontae Morgan. Only 28 years old, went missing on May 5th, 2020, around 10 a.m. while on vacation with his girlfriend in Mount Shasta. He was apparently traveling with his girlfriend, who is 20 years older than him. The story is very odd, so definitely check out the link in the description because he still remains missing to this day. Not only have there been all these disappearances, but there's also been all kinds of other odd things that have been occurring at Mount Shasta over the last 100 years. Everything from UFO sightings to Bigfoot sightings to weird seismic activity, all kinds of amazing weather phenomenon like this. Then there are the lava tubes or tunnels that range from a few feet to over 50 feet. Some are so big you could drive a Freightliner through. The most popular, well-known in that area is Pluto's Cave. It's roughly 20 miles to the north of the summit of Mount Shasta. Here are some pictures of that cave. It is so big in areas that it's just unbelievable. The way this lava has cut through these areas and made these tunnels. There are all kinds of glyphs and markings on various walls and various tunnels around Mount Shasta that miners and other people have made over the years. There are legends that people that have gone into these tunnels and just disappeared into thin air right in front of other people's sight. There are legends that some of these tunnels run so long and so deep that they actually take you to this lost advanced civilization of Lemuria. Again, I'll leave that all up to your opinions and your thoughts. The way these tunnels are carved out are by very, very fast, hot moving lava that cools on the outside of it, like supporting a ring or tunnel, if you will. These are some pictures and diagrams to just give you an idea of how these tunnels are made. They are absolutely incredible from what I can see. I definitely love to go out and check out Pluto's Cave if I'm ever up there. If any of you have ever been up to any of these tunnels, please let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. And these tunnels aren't a unique thing to Mount Shasta. Here's a picture of one in the Mojave National Reserve that was carved out 27,000 years ago. These are just a few of the mysteries and legends and disappearances surrounding Mount Shasta. If any of you have ever been there, hiked there, explored there, I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Anything you have ever heard of, other stories, other myths or legends, please leave feedback in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. I'll have all those links that I mentioned in the description, as well as all my research, links to different websites, all the research of the different newspaper articles. I want to thank you all for watching. Special thank you to co.ag for providing the music. Hopefully, I'll see you all in the next one.
All right, and there's just a little delve into some of the stuff that goes on around Mount Shasta. There's more to come, guys.
What's your opinion on the hollow earth theory?
I don't know. What do you, I mean,
I just think it's really interesting that we have these places that people are saying are like mysterious, and there's all these tunnels. Nobody really knows how deep they go.
right.
I don't know. It's interesting.
I mean, it you never know. You know, this planet is a huge, huge mystery. There's so much we don't know about it, and we've just scratched the surface as far as science. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. And then you also think about like how often you hear of UFO sightings and people say that it looked like they flew into a mountain.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, just saying. You know,
It's possible.
exactly. Hold on a minute. Now, this is a supposed Bigfoot sighting in Mount Shasta. Take it for what you think. I give this stuff up to everybody to make their own decision. This was April of 2023. You guys make your own decisions.
Just leaving my friend Bob's ranch here, picking up some eggs, and on the way out of his road.
Can you hear it okay?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Saw this guy run up this hill here. He's still up there. At 67, I'm not going up the hill. I will get one on video clear here, but he's hunkered down. I'm gonna go behind the Sierra here. Might be able to get a good angle. Yeah, as a younger man, I might have chased this guy to show you, but he's sitting right beside the freaking tree. You can just see the top of his head up here. Come on, buddy. If he gets up or he moves here, you're gonna see him. You can't really tell here. Oh, my camera's not even looking at him. Where's this guy in the camera here? Oh, so you got the whole hill. Focus up here, so that's there. So he's just to the left there. You can kind of see him there. He's just hunkered down. There he is, right in the middle there. You see him? We'll get one soon here, boys, but they're out here. My neighbors know. I know. Get up here, and again, not chasing this one, but I promise we see him. We see him maybe once a week, so we'll get one here one day. This guy just doesn't want to move though. Walk a little further down the road here. You see a little better. It's even on the camera. He's sitting right here. So he's just coming out of old Bob's ranch here, just outside of Coleman.
From the things I've read over the past week, there's a lot of Sasquatch. Yeah, he's bad with the camera, but there's a lot of Sasquatch sightings up here around Mount Shasta, like almost daily. They're saying, I don't know, but this dude is horrible with the camera. He's all over the place, so you can't really see.
Let's see. There's our guys up here. There's a bunch of birds kind of right over here. This guy's just not moving though. I'm gonna wait a few minutes here, see if he does anything. If he does, we'll get it, but if not, we'll get him soon. Yeah, the birds are picking up like crazy over here. There's got to be something on that hill. That guy's going for it too. These couple birds keep coming to look on this guy because they know he's here. Big packs down here, but there's a couple that keep flying by. This guy knows I'm here. They are pretty smart. Been out here 50 some odd years and never really been that close to one, but you see him. You do see him.
Thank you, Annie.
Yeah, the birds landed. See that, a couple still flying around, but there's some.
Well, that was kind of crappy, but anyway, if you would have held still, you could see something. You know what I mean? I hate when
It
people...
definitely looked like there was something there, but yeah, he couldn't hold the camera still enough to be able to see.
The first shot when he first opened up, yeah, it looked like there was something there that moved, but then he's off. It's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Okay, so this is I believe this is Mount. These are all loaded in together. 1 second. Hold on a minute. Sorry, guys. And this seems to be a thing too, is a lot of people disappear around Mount Shasta. Welcome, Mrs. Mississippi. I did hear about that. Military helicopters removing bodies of Bigfoot of Mount St. Helens and more sightings around 150-mile radius. I did hear those stories. Okay, so this is just a story about hiking through Mount Shasta. I thought it was kind of interesting that you guys may enjoy it. And if not, it'll be quick. So, and we will move on. Thank you, Mrs. Mississippi, for joining us and for that piece of info.
I went on a little hiking trip with my dad to Shasta, California, a small town in Northern California near the Oregon border. Shasta is home to a potentially active volcano named, of course, Mount Shasta. There are many trails on Mount Shasta, so my father and I were excited to do some hiking. We drove up to the side of the mountain to the parking lot in which one of the trails begins. I believe it was called the Old Ski Bow Trail. The landscape was a very barren incline, filled with rocks, boulders, dirt, and very few trees. About an hour into the trail.
Sorry if there was an echo, but I want to respond to this real quick. Mystery says, to Sherry or Wisdom. I have no doubt. Miss Sherry said, where is it at here? If I can find it, it's up here a bit. Hold on. Where'd it go? Anyway, I want to go, and then response to the. I have no doubt I could totally go on those walks, even at night. Several out of Ohio do night searches. We do that here a lot, guys. There's guided tours and guided searches that they will give, especially in the rural areas that I live around. Wait till this fall, you guys. I can't wait. No lie. I'm actually going to do it this year. I'm not going to let things get in the way, but we're going to come out. I'm going to do live streams, especially on Paranormal Fridays, I think, outside, and show you my surrounding areas at night. It is so dark, and there are so many strange noises and things that are seen. You guys will actually enjoy it. I'm telling you, you will. So it'll be fun. Like I said, especially come fall. Maybe I'll kick a fire up or something and go live from that by the fire, and you can see everything around, guys. It's really interesting out here. The guy saw a giant on the mountain. He was making videos. The man was following him. And then, yeah, Joel, I saw that. I followed that story, actually. It was really crazy to me. So yeah, that's a plan I have come fall, September, October, especially October. October is my favorite month of the year. And we're going to do a lot of Halloween stuff this year, guys, together as a group. And I think it should be a lot of fun. So, thank you, Glitter, very much. Hold on a minute here. Four out of Ohio get together and do hunts, not with pew pew. Oh, of course, yes. 100%, mystery, 100%. Yeah, that story mesmerized me, Joel. I could not let it go, and then the guy ended up dying. They found him, okay, but he ended up dying, which was very weird to me. So it was a crazy, or at least that's how it was made out to be. They showed an obituary of him, so on and so forth. It was very strange. But yeah, I'm gonna try to make it some fun for Fridays and stuff over the weekends come fall, guys. And I'll look into that, Glitter, too. Moving forward. Thanks, guys.
We came across a very odd assembly of these large boulders. They were arranged in a circle. We thought it was strange, but we continued on. If you look up pictures of the trail, you'll see much smaller rocks arranged in patterns and circles. My father and I only encountered 3 people. At least that's what they appeared to be at first. The first 2 were a father and son. We met them on a steep incline that went along the wall of a cliff that would then switch back as if it reached the top of the cliff.
Thank you for joining us, Dum Dum.
We stopped and said hello.
I'm sorry to say that like that. I'm so intrigued by this stuff. Thanks for this kind of content. And I wanted to say thank you. And I tried to shorten the name. I don't mean Dum Dum like that, but I didn't want to say the whole white trash.
You can't make any one part of it okay. It's all insulting.
So thank you for joining us, Dum Dum. That's what I meant. It's okay. I love the name though.
Yes, Dum Dum. Great name.
Dum Dum. Me want gum gum Dum Dum. Yes. I don't know if you guys ever saw those movies, but they're great. It would be all bad any way you say it. That's true. Are you talking about the M Cave and Kenny Beach? No, but that's another one. That's another one that really, really blew my mind too. No, this is the guy that was, I can't remember where he was staying at, you guys. I think I showed you. I will show you after this, because this story blew my mind. I still don't know if it's real or fake. If it's fake, he did an amazing job, okay? But the guy was somewhere and saw this thing on top of a mountain with his phone. Goes back days after days after days and keeps seeing this scenario going on up here. Yes, I know all about Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton. Yes, 100%, Pepper. And then the guy disappeared for a while. And I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. The story's like really messed with me. Because I don't know to this date if it's real or if it was just a made-up thing. And if it was made up, the guy was amazing. So, excuse me. Me want gum, dum, dum. Yes. Excuse me again. I don't know why I got hiccups, guys. It's weird. All right.
Talked about the trail, and then went about our separate ways. Here's where it gets weird. My dad and I kept walking up the incline for about 2 minutes. I turned around and I saw the father and son way down the trail. It should have taken them at least 20 minutes to get down to where they were. But somehow, they were only there in 2 minutes. To this day, I have absolutely no clue how that could have happened. There was no one else on the trail at that point, and I could see the color of their clothes from that distance, so I knew it was them. I pointed it out to my dad, and we thought it was weird, but we didn't dwell on it, so we kept going. And here is where it gets so much weirder. As we reached the top of the cliff, there was another strange rock arrangement that was off to the side of the trail. This time, there were far more rocks than before, and they were now arranged in rows, almost like gravestones. We continued on the trail and reached another sort of incline with a switchback to reach the top of another cliff. We reached a point where we would need climbing gear to continue, so we decided to head back. When we turned around, I saw a man standing among the rocks, staring at us. He was wearing a button-up shirt, cargo shorts, and a wide-brimmed straw hat. He was at a distance where I should have been able to make out his facial features, but it was almost as if he had none, like his face was just flesh and skin. I pointed him out to my dad, and then the man quickly dug down behind a boulder and was peering out at us over the top of the boulder. It seemed almost playful, like a child trying to hide. For a few moments, I was out of it, and I have no recollection of what was going on. According to my dad, I just started walking towards the man in the hat. My dad was calling out to me, Josh, what are you doing? Where are you going? And then I came to. I was standing right at the edge of a cliff. It was a huge drop, enough to kill me or seriously injure me. My dad grabbed me and pulled me back into the trail. He told me to stay put, and my dad went down to the boulders to search for the man. But he wasn't there. There was nowhere for him to go, except up or down the trail. It didn't make any sense. He just disappeared. I have no idea what was going on in that trail, and I have no explanation for it. I told this story many times to family and friends, and no one has an explanation. I've done research and found similar stories about encounters with a man with no facial features wearing a hat. I've also read that the Native American tribes from the area viewed Mount Shasta as a holy site. They believe it could act as a portal to other dimensions, and that it is guarded by spirits who would potentially harm anyone who tried to go up the volcano. If anybody has any similar experiences or any insight at all, I would love to hear. Please share anything you have to offer. Thanks for listening.
Oh, that's creepy.
Gotta love 11:22. Right on time. All right. Right. Hey, Metamom, good to see you. All right, hold on here. One second, everybody. Let me try to find this for you guys real quick. Hey, Chelsaurus. Good to see you. Rachel Smith, welcome. Of course, TZ, Metamom. It's great to see you guys tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much. If you can, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button when you come through the door so we can try to get this in the algorithm, at least close to it. All right, hold on a minute. Okay. The story was about a guy named Andrew Dawson. This story blew my mind. Let me see if I can find the real thing. One second here. And I followed this until I couldn't. Let's see if this is the right. This should help. Okay. At least part of it. I'll let you guys see what I'm talking about. All right, here we go.
On April 9th, 2022, a TikTok account by the name of Andrew Dawson posted a video that would go on to get almost 22 million views. Little did we all know this video would be the beginning of one of the greatest internet mysteries of our time. He posted a video claiming that he saw and got on film a real-life giant. Something that has been rumored to be real by some, even though it's regarded as mythical by most. Things only got weirder from there. After this video went viral, Andrew was being followed by what he and others suspected was the CIA or another government agency. He had uncovered something that clearly the higher powers did not want us to know about. Seemingly overnight, he was being followed, but he didn't give up trying to expose the truth. Until a few months after the initial discovery, Andrew disappeared from the internet altogether. Then a couple months after that, he was gone.
I think everybody is thinking the same thing, right? Like we're all thinking that he saw something he shouldn't have seen.
How can something like this just disappear and then fucking aliens come up all of a sudden?
A depressed person wouldn't say this.
I don't think anybody even told us like his cause of death, like what he actually died of. He was just found not alive.
He even tried to go on a public path and they wouldn't let anyone pass through.
Went missing after catching a giant on film.
You might not see me post ever again. My videos weren't fake.
Hey humans, it's Hannah. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are deep diving a case that I've been wanting to talk about for quite a while now. It's an internet mystery, it's a TikTok mystery, and it's the case of Andrew Dawson, who found giants and then disappeared.
All the videos that I posted were scripted. They were just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment.
In this video today, first we are going to take you through the entire story, the entire Andrew Dawson saga, how this all started, and the entire giant story. And I don't mean a large story, I mean the giant story, literally giant, the mythical creatures. Then we're going to discuss if his story is true, as well as his alleged death. And yes, I said death. We're going to analyze all of his footage and we're going to deep dive this together and come to some sort of conclusion as to what.
Hang on one second. I'll bring this right back. All right, sorry guys. I was trying to find something different, but we're gonna have to go with this because I think his stuff was even taken down, which is very strange to me. I don't know what happened, but this is very interesting. If you haven't seen the Andrew Dawson story, it's quite interesting.
All right, I woke up extra early today. Actually, we're gonna go on an adventure. It's currently 5:30 in the morning. I'm gonna see if he's there early in the morning. I'm gonna see if I can get up a little bit. Look at all these mountains I got. They are everywhere around here too. That's the one. All right, let's go.
Because the road was closed for him to get a better look the day before, Andrew thinks that he's pretty clever and gets up at 5:30 in the morning when it's still dark out, or at least partially dark. And this way he can go and see if maybe there's nobody there and he can get a little closer. Later that same day, he posts this video.
Thank you, Miss Sherry.
Okay, so I'm going to stop the story here for just a second to say that I'm just going to debunk this one right off the bat. I don't think that this is alien spaceship. I don't think it has anything to do with this at all. I think it's just a strange cloud that's reflecting off the sunlight. The sun was rising, like he was there right at sunrise. So I think the light from the sun was just reflecting off this weird lone cloud. That thing doesn't even look like a solid
Yes, B, and I'm
object
going to show
me,
you the proof.
So I really don't think it was a UFO. Okay, so he posts yet again that same day, and this time he posts this.
So they're extracting something out of here. There's 2 helicopters. What the fuck?
As you saw, there's now helicopters around the mountains, and they seem to be extracting something, is the word he used. They seem to be removing something from the mountain, which he also...
I do believe this was in Washington, Jewel. If I remember right. It's been a minute, but same here, B.
Also, and the audience agrees, is very suspicious. It just seems like weird timing, right? Like right after he discovers something that he believes is a giant, posts it on social media and goes massively viral, and now everyone's suspicious. Right after that happens, now suddenly there's helicopters in the area. And he posts one more time on this day. It's much later, it seems, because it's dark out. This is where the story takes yet another very dark turn.
The guy's here again.
Could be, Molly. Could.
Yeah, this is him. What's going on?
Road's closed. Turn around.
Really?
Yeah, man. Just turn around, please.
Okay. Have a good night, man. So that was fucked up. Here he is. I'm driving past him again. Just turned around. I don't understand why it's closed off, though. It's a fucking public park. Or public.
Now, this was him trying to go up the road that heads up to the top of that area where he saw what he saw. Once he got so far in, according to this story here, there were, I think, 2 vehicles that had the road blocked and they would not allow him to go past. That's the story.
Road or whatever.
Again, side note, does anybody else get extreme anxiety watching other people do this? Who approaches an officer of the law or some sort of official, like on with if they didn't need anything? Like, why would you just approach them willingly? Like, if the road was closed, I'd be like, oh, okay, the road was closed. I get so much secondhand anxiety just by watching him do this and just willingly go up to this road closure and talk to the person that closed the road. Ugh, I get...
I think that's the same vehicle from... Hey!
Okay, yet again, we have to stop the story for some of the controversy. So there's a ton of debate online about the CIA and whether they operate outside of the US, because people thought it was really weird that Andrew kept talking about the CIA following.
That's right. This was in Canada. This was up in the Canadian mountains. So, yep. Thank you, Glitter. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Barbara, hello. Welcome.
Him when he's in Canada. That doesn't make any sense to a lot of people. So I got this directly from the FBI's website, the FBI.gov's website, explaining the difference between the FBI and the CIA. The CIA and FBI are both members of the U.S. intelligence community. The CIA, however, has no law enforcement function. Rather, it collects and analyzes information that is vital to the formation of U.S. policy, particularly in areas that impact the security of the nation. The CIA collects information only regarding foreign countries and their citizens. Unlike the FBI, it is prohibited from collecting information regarding U.S. persons, a term that includes U.S. citizens, resident aliens, legal immigrants, and U.S. corporations, regardless of where they are located. So right from the FBI's website, yes, the CIA is a United States agency. However, they generally operate outside of the US. Like, their entire point is to gather info from other countries and their citizens in order to keep our nation safe. So I don't think Andrew is lying when he says he thinks it's the CIA. If he did the Canada's version of the CIA, which I forget the acronym for, but that actually wouldn't make sense. My understanding is that they would then therefore be checking out other countries to keep Canada safe. But who knows? I just think that that's something that's important to note. And I think a lot of people are going to comment that, like, that makes no sense. His whole story must be fake because the CIA is American, not Canadian. But I think it...
From my understanding, from the full video that he put out, I remember watching his video that he had been a couple times, looked out his window and saw this vehicle parked there, kind of sitting there staring at his house where he was at, over a period of a few days, and every so often would look out his window and there's a vehicle sitting there. So the same vehicle, and it looks like the same vehicle that was on the mountain blocking the road off, or one of those same vehicles, which is like a Dodge Charger or something like that. So there's a couple stories that I found that are a lot like this, you guys. I might show you another one that goes along with this, and it makes me wonder. So that's a good point, B. So I don't know, but moving on.
It is plausible. Okay, so his next TikTok, he's radio silent for the rest of April. People are checking his account incessantly for updates. The entire TikTok community and a lot of other parts of the internet are just buzzing and waiting for him to post to find out if he is okay. He doesn't post again until March 6th. 2022, several weeks later. Now, remember how I told you to make note of the fact that Andrew always films himself? He's always in selfie mode when using his phone or whatever device he's using. Well, this next video is right off the bat very concerning because it's very clear that Andrew is not filming himself. He has never not filmed himself until this video. Here is that clip.
I just want to give you an update. I'm not dead. I have not disappeared. I have just been busy with life. I couldn't get around to posting and updating you guys. So now I'm going to give you an official update of what's been going on. Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment. Sorry to disappoint you guys. I just needed to give you a quick update.
So obviously from this video, you probably noticed yourself, but Andrew's body language is very suspicious. He has his hands in his pocket. He's kind of like hunched and clenched up. And of course, the most obviously suspicious thing is that he keeps looking off camera as if he is not only reading some sort of script, but looking at somebody who is coaching him to say all of these things. He tells us all the videos are fake, but right as he does so, he is looking off camera nervously. And again, if you recall, Andrew was always a very bubbly person. He's very bouncy, very happy, and very energetic. And all of a sudden, he just seems completely different than that. So of course nobody buys this. Everybody is convinced that the CIA has found him and captured him, and they are forcing him to post this video. He doesn't post again until 10 days later on May 16th. This time he posts an extremely short video.
You might not see me post ever again. My videos weren't fake.
He basically takes back everything he said. He's acting like he's in a hurry. He's acting like he's about to flee the country or something like that. And he tells us that, no, I was lying. It wasn't fake. I basically can't say much more, but I did not make that video on my own free will. So now we get to May 17th.
I went on a little hiking trip with my dad
and this would
to
be
Shasta,
Andrew's
California,
final
a small
update,
town in
his
northern
final
California
post
near the
on
Oregon border. Shasta is home to a potentially active volcano named, of course, Mount Shasta. There are many trails on Mount Shasta, so my father and I were excited to do some hiking. We drove up to the side of the mountain to the parking lot in which one of the trails begins. I believe it was called the...
Is your computer haunted?
Something's up. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Hold on a minute, guys. Sorry. Jesus. I'm going to do this, which is one better. I think Molly found me the Dawson stuff, which is what I would prefer to show you guys. So let's see what we got here. Okay. This is the first video he put out. Thank you, Molly. I was looking all over the place for this, but thank God it was found. Here we go.
What is it?
It's a person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
No.
It's a person standing there.
No, it's not.
Dude, if you seen what I seen right now?
Now, the reason why this caught my attention. Gotcha, mystery. If you're at this distance away from the top of this mountain that this guy is filming with the phone, do you see how large this figure is up here? It should be... You shouldn't be able to see a normal sized person standing up there. You get what I'm saying? Absolutely, Holly. We've done that, but we can do it again.
It also looks like it's a high enough elevation that there wouldn't be trees.
Right. Well, there's not.
So,
Because,
yeah.
Yeah, there's none. And this thing, it is in the shape and form of a human. Okay. So being at the distance away that he is, this should be almost non-visible, but it's very clearly visible. So it makes the person or whatever it is huge at this point, which is why I was like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean? Which he relates to being Nephilim. Okay. Which is the giant. So moving forward. Sorry.
What is it?
It's a person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
No.
person standing there.
No, it's not.
Dude, if you seen what I've seen right now,
Okay, so let's see. All right, so this is the next one. I think it is. I'm trying to find these in order for you guys.
what the fuck is that? Yeah, it's not my window. I'll show you. Over here. I just got stopped by like some CIA agent. He told me to turn around, said I'm trespassing. I said it's a public area. We're gonna go on an adventure. I'm gonna see if he's there early in the morning. Yeah, this is him. What's going on?
Road's closed. Turn around.
Really?
Yeah, man. Just turn around, please.
Okay. This is some beautiful fun. Hey!
You might not see me post ever again. My videos weren't fake.
Hey guys, I just want to give you an update. I'm not dead. I have not disappeared. I have just been busy with life. I couldn't get around to posting and updating you guys. So now I'm going to give you an official update of what's been going on. Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. I just needed to give you a quick update.
Okay, now is this one?
Do you see how far away it is? How far I have to zoom? Do you know how hard it is to keep a steady hand? If this video blows up, or somebody buys me a friggin' helicopter to get all the way up there.
So those were his initial real videos, right? He says that they were all scripted and fake, Pepper, but then he comes out with where'd it go?
So the video is blowing up. What?
These are all out of order. I'm sorry. The way that they're all mixed in here is strange, but my apologies. Good night, Virginia.
You say I have Parkinson's, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to try to go closer and find a better angle. Yeah. Or somebody can render it, try to find it. Or maybe blow the videos up and maybe I can get sponsored. A helicopter company can sponsor me to go up there. I don't know. But I'll try to hold the camera better. Okay? You try to hold the camera on the zoom like that.
You might not see.
Now, this video came after all of this stuff, right? After the car that was parked out in front of his house, and then after being stopped at the road to turn around. This came out after the fact.
Post ever again. My videos weren't fake.
That video came out after he said that it was all scripted. It was this, it was that. It was weird. Thank you, Molly. And then we have this one here. All right. Now, this video came out. I want to say this was the third one he saw after he saw the thing on the mountain. Okay.
What is that? That was not there yesterday.
These are all over the place. Anyway, my apologies. So back to what I was showing you before that. I was just trying to show you his actual videos and stuff like that. But hold on a minute here. I'll go back to what we were watching with her. Okay. And I don't, sorry if it confused you guys, but I wanted to show his actual footage first so you get an idea of what she's showing and reporting on. Vicki Harrison, hello. Off we go.
Another strange thing that he saw on a mountain in the area. However, please note that this is clearly a different mountain.
What is that? That was not there yesterday.
And that's it. Andrew never posts again on TikTok after May 17th, 2022. Rumors are running wild, of course, and the entire internet population is convinced that he was kidnapped by the CIA, or that they silenced him, or that something bad happened. He just disappears off the face of the planet. Now, here's the part of the video. That's the story. That's the giant story. Here's the part of the video where we have to talk about the fact that this is a hoax. I don't know how else.
You didn't see that, Pepper? Hold on, I'll show you what they were talking about. Right here. It's some form of a barracks or something, they're saying. Some kind of a military barracks, per se. And it's on top of a mountain. That's what we were looking at that point. Don't ask me what it means. But anyway. And again, like I said, whether I believed it was a hoax or not, it had me pulled in tightly. And I still don't know, but it does get strange. Because what she's saying here is true. And then where he disappears for a while. And then after all this, guess what, folks? He turns up dead. There's a real obituary that was written about him put online. And I went, wait, what? If this was a hoax, what the hell happened? Yeah, and he said that this barracks or building or whatever was not here before. We don't know.
What is that? That was not there yesterday.
And that's it. Andrew never posts again on TikTok after May 17th, 2022. Rumors are running wild, of course, and the entire internet population is convinced that he was kidnapped by the CIA, or that they silenced him, or that something bad happened. He just disappears off the face of the planet. Now, here's the part of the video. That's the story. That's the giant story. Here's the part of the video where we have to talk about the fact that this is a hoax. I don't know how else to get on with that. Like, I didn't know how to break it to you guys. Now, the giant saga is most definitely a hoax. That entire thing was a hoax. However, this entire thing in all was not a hoax, because I have reason to believe that Andrew really is gone, as in passed away, still under very weird timing. Okay, first we're going to talk about why the giant thing is a hoax, and then we're going to talk about his death. Some very clever internet sleuths more clever than I, were able to figure out the exact mountain that Andrew was filming at. It was Canoe Mountain in British Columbia. The sign at the beginning of the video, we see just a glimpse of that red sign. That sign is for Cedarside Regional Park. And if you look at that sign on Google Maps, right next to there, you could like see the exact road that he was driving on in the video. And right in that area is Canoe Mountain. Now, people went to Google Maps and looked at Canoe Mountain. They wanted to see some close-up views of it. If you do that, anybody, you can go to Google Maps right now and see this for yourself. If you go there, you're gonna find a tower, what's likely a cell phone tower. There's a little building down there, and then there is a big cell phone tower structure that does, from a distance, probably would look like a giant. It is almost certain that this is what Andrew saw on that first video. I want to give Andrew the benefit of the doubt here. I, honest to God, my heart and soul believes that he really thought it was a giant at first. I think that he took this video with his friend. I think that him and his friend's reactions were genuine. I think his friend was like, it's not a giant. And he was like, yes, it is. That is a person standing on top of that mountain and they're ginormous. But I think his video went viral. I think Andrew realized what it really was, because Andrew, living in the area, would have known that mountain. I think he knew what it really was. And I think when he went back, he saw it in the exact same place. And when it hadn't moved, he realized what it was, but he just kind of went with it. He just kept going with this story. Again, recall from the beginning of this video, we talked about his background. He loves comedy. He is a prankster. He loves pranking people. He pranks everybody. He pranks strangers. He'll prank his friends. His friend and him will like get together and do little skits and bits together to try to prank the audience and stuff. Like, that is his thing. I don't know how this is a surprise to anyone that he had the most successful prank of all time. And of course, he was gonna milk it for everything that it was. This cell phone tower explanation also makes the most sense because it never moves in the video that he shows. It is not walking. Now, when he posts that other video of the giant being gone in that subsequent video, it is the exact same mountain. You can tell because it does look exactly the same. However, it is just that he either drove down the road a little bit more or he drove at an angle and took the video at an angle where you couldn't see the tower. This would be very easy to do. You would just have to kind of drive around to the other side of the mountain. And you could tell it's the same mountain, but you could tell that he's not in the exact same place in a lot of these videos. Okay, so next, all that other stuff that we still need to debunk. That's the main thing, of course, but I'm going to bring up the Y Files. That's another YouTube channel here. They're a lot bigger than me. They have like over 3 million subscribers here on YouTube, and they're the ones that made a really excellent video about this case right when it was coming out about a year ago, and I'm going to be mentioning them. AJ is the host of that show, so if I say the Y Files or AJ, I'm meaning the same thing, and that is going to come up in the rest of the video because they probably made the best video debunking the other little details. Now, I just want to be clear, I don't usually watch other people's videos on the same topic that I'm planning to cover for probably obvious reasons. I guess if you're not a YouTuber, they're not obvious. But when you watch another person's video, if you're going to make that video, sometimes you can be biased. It can like create unintentional bias just because you're kind of watching other people's opinions on it. And if you're going to make a video on it, and then you also just don't want the structure of your video to just kind of accidentally be similar to the structure of theirs or anything. So I just want to be very clear, though, that like, all the articles about this sucked. There's no articles that actually debunk anything. His comments are turned off, so I can't do what I often do, and that is sleuth through hundreds of comments to see what the other skeptics are saying this is. So this Y-Files video is pretty much all I had to go on because, like I said, people are more clever than I am, and they've figured out the more details of this. So that's a long-winded way of just giving credit where credit is due to their channel because they are the ones that figured the rest of this stuff out, not me. So primarily, AJ goes over this mysterious CIA car following Andrew. I will admit this car looks like some sort of Dodge. It looks very government-like and official, but AJ points out that this car in front of Andrew's house, nobody undercover, no PI or government agency that was trying to watch you would ever in a million years be that conspicuous. They would not just park right in front of your house with their lights on and the car running, and then the second you open the door, they just like, they peel out of there like a bat out of hell. That does not happen. If somebody's following you, and I guarantee if the CIA or the FBI or a government agency like that was following you and watching you, you wouldn't know it. Then that same car in the previous video stopping him on this closed road. This is also a very suspicious stop. AJ in the Y-Files points out that no government official would be that casual with you. If they were stopping you, if you were approaching them when the road was clearly closed and you were approaching them anyway, government agencies, police officers and stuff, and it was likely a police officer, not the CIA, but probably a police officer who were assigned to go there, if this was true, would have established authority very quickly over you.
Now, what I want you guys to understand, it's very possible this all was completely hoaxed, okay? That's fine. Up to a point. That's what I'm trying to show you. All of this could have been hoaxed up to a point. When it gets to that point, that's where it makes me go backwards with everything else and go, wait a minute. So I thought the same thing about it being a hoax, so on and so forth, until what happens in the end happens. That's what blew my mind with this. And thank you, Molly. That's where it got weird when I found it got to that point, and I went, oh, well, wait a minute, what? I'm expecting him to be standing at the end of this whole thing to be in a video going, gotcha. You know what I mean? That's not what happened, you guys. That's what I'm saying. That is what is weird now. Welcome, James. Good to see you. Yeah. Exactly. The title in itself. Okay, that's what's weird about this entire thing, you guys. That's why I'm showing you this.
Would have been very official sounding, like they're trained specifically to keep control over situations, and they wouldn't just say nervously like, hey man, yeah, get out of here. Like, yeah, no, you got to turn around. Sorry, nope. Hey man, get out of here. Like, that is very weird language for a police officer.
It's closed. Turn around.
Really?
Yeah, man. Just turn around, please.
And then my personal take on this particular video, while I agree with AJ, I also have to say my particular opinion is I don't understand why Andrew put his phone down. Why did he not film the officer? In most places in the US, I think everywhere in the US, but I know at least most places, and I looked it up, Canada is the same way. You have a constitutional right to film police officers as long as they are on duty. Now, I do understand the argument that would be weird to film somebody when you weren't doing anything wrong, you weren't being stopped, you weren't being arrested, you weren't trying to like protect yourself in any way. I can't understand why it would be way more awkward to just pull out your camera and start filming this police officer. But I point out, Andrew is not a shy guy. He's willing to prank random strangers, and he is very out there. I have a feeling that if this was an actual police officer, he would not have an issue filming them. Because if this was real and he really, really wanted to prove that to everybody, I think he definitely would have had no qualms about filming the officer. This, in conclusion, is most definitely just one of Andrew's buddies helping him out. They have a car. They happen to have a Dodge car that looks very much like a government car, or they rented a car that looks like this. And this is most definitely his friend, and these scenarios are set up. Then we have to note the last couple things that the Y files pointed out about his story that doesn't make any sense. First of all, the peak on his last video, that thing that he saw, AJ figured out that that's the Jasper Skytram. The Jasper Skytram is an aerial tramway tourist attraction, and it does operate right in that area. And as we noted, that was a different mountain. It wasn't the same canoe mountain that the original Giant was on. And then the Y-File / AJ also believed that those helicopters were also not suspicious whatsoever. They were doing something called helilogging, which is when they extract giant branches and other trees and stuff from areas where it's very difficult to access, which again, that all makes perfect sense. And then the video, of course, of him not filming himself, but somebody else clearly filming him, and him being coached and forced to say these things, and he's looking way off camera. I mean, I don't think I really need to go over that one too much. That's pretty obvious, right? He's acting. This is a very common tactic in ARGs and stuff like that. I find this in almost every ARG story where somebody is being filmed and it seems like a normal video, but then they glance off camera very quickly, or they do other kind of very suspicious stuff where they're trying to communicate to the audience that they're not okay and that what they're saying is not true. It's a very, very common trope, I would say. And so I think that is what he's doing. I think he's just continuing with this story. So then lastly, the biggest thing for me personally for why this is a hoax is because why would his TikTok account still be up and active if this was real? If the government was going as far to silence him, perhaps kidnap.
Once again, she's very much probably right about every bit of this, guys. I agreed with that until the end.
Him, but if not kidnap him, at least force him to make that retraction video. Why wouldn't they just go to TikTok and take his account, or at least just all the Giant videos down? If they're following Andrew in real life, surely they're following every single thing he posts on TikTok. And then that frantic video where he, really quick, his almost last video where he's like, no guys, I wasn't lying. This is all real. They would have been monitoring that. They would have seen him post that. And yes, he does disappear right after that, but they would have taken the videos down too. That just makes no sense. If the CIA did not want these videos out there, they would have deleted them a very long time ago. Okay, and then as I said, the most serious part of this video, this whole story takes an extremely dark twist. Fast forward to July 1st, 2022, about 6 weeks after he posted his last TikTok. An obituary for Andrew pops up online. The Campbell River Mirror posts an obituary stating that Andrew has passed away in Campbell River, British Columbia.
This is what I'm talking about. This is where things got strange, okay? Now, if there's a way to debunk this, okay. Otherwise, I was weirded out big time at this point.
Yeah, the rumor is that he lost his battle with depression. Just a side note, I know this obituary says the day's posted date was June 1st, 2022, and that he passed away on July 1st. That obviously makes no sense. This has been bugging me for a long time. I looked at other random obituaries on this website and all the dates matched. Like if John Doe passed away on January 11th, 2024, that's the date on his obituary as well, his death date. I can't figure this out. I don't know why it says June 1st there. The only thing I can imagine is that this was some sort of typo on the editor's part, because Andrew was still posting on his social media in June. His last Facebook post, in fact, was on June 25th, less than a week before he passed away. And on the Y-Files video, when they show his obituary, it is the same one from the same website. It does match. It does say July and July. So I don't know exactly what happened there. I am assuming somebody made some sort of error or some sort of glitch. Okay, so in AJ's video, he didn't actually conclude whether or not Andrew died or not. It seems actually that AJ, again, from the vibe I got, that he believes that it's possible that Andrew faked his death. And a lot of people think he faked his death, either to keep this entire hoax going, or he faked his death to get away from the government. The primary reason to doubt from the Y Files video was that they found out that the obituary was posted on a website that was totally public. So you don't need proof of death, and anybody can post an obituary of anyone on that website. And then AJ also looked at the source code of that page in his video and figured out that it was posted really early in the morning, which is also, he thought, was just kind of odd, because if he passed away, he must have passed away then like right after midnight on July 1st or something like that, if this is true, because it just seemed kind of odd that somebody would post an obituary so soon after he had passed away. If it were business Instagram, she's a real estate agent and she posts a ton on Instagram, but it's all real estate listings, pictures of keys, a lot of real estate memes, and all about her business. And she probably just doesn't post any personal stuff on there because she wants her clients to not feel involved in her personal life whatsoever. So that is not strange to me whatsoever. So that's where I disagree with AJ on that stuff. Let's talk about why I really do think he's gone. Andrew has not posted on any of his social media since his passing. Like I said, the last post I could find was June 25th on his Facebook account, which now says remembering Andrew. It has seemed to turn into a memorial page, but he has not posted since. This has now been a year and a half since this happened, and he has never showed up once. He has a Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. He has all the social media, and he has not posted anywhere. So remember when I told you to remember about his YouTube? I told you about his YouTube and how Andrew was an aspiring musician. That seemed to be his ultimate dream. I might be wrong on that, but he seemed to put quite a bit of effort into writing songs, singing songs, and making those music videos. It feels very much like that would have been his dream. To me, if you get 21 million views on a video on TikTok, your following explodes to 500,000. All of your videos are getting millions of views after that. You've gotten so many eyes on you. Why, then, would you fake your death and never return to tell people that it was fake? Because if you were an aspiring musician, he and his partner were on social media a lot. They clearly were okay with people knowing about their lives. They wanted fame.
Paula, what she said was she doesn't know the cause of death, that maybe he could have lost a battle with depression or something like that. Those were her words, but there is no answer to this. I looked everywhere when this guy disappeared, just like I'm sure she did and everybody else did. I went everywhere looking for any I'm in true crime, so you guys know I know how to research and investigate. Anything I could find. There's nothing. He's just gone. That was that. And it was like, what the hell? So if it was hoaxed, if some of it was hoaxed, okay, I can accept that. But after all that, what the hell happened that this guy's just gone within that period of time for no apparent reason? You know what I mean? That's what had me bugging out.
I'm not saying that as a bad thing. Like, I get it. A lot of people want that. Hello, I have a YouTube channel. People want to get views on social media. Why, when this is like ultimately what he would preferably want to do is be pretty famous on social media, why would he just fake his own death and never return? To me, that makes absolutely no sense. He would have come back by now to say, hey guys, I'm not dead, but now I have millions of people. Why? But you wouldn't wait that long, because by then it's all died down and not as many people would be interested. He would have waited a couple months max. So that's the primary reason why I personally think that he really did pass away. But there is more. Like I said, it is fairly easy to find his partner's all of her social media. She's not a very private person, we will say. And it's easy to find his Facebook, which is now a memorial page. And she is, of course, on Facebook as well. She has a public Facebook account, and she did post several posts about Andrew passing away. She linked to his obituary. She posted a picture of them together, stuff like that. And there are dozens of people commenting and offering their condolences to her. There are hundreds of people liking and hearting and, hugging reaction to those posts. If this was a fake death and all of those people were in on it, all of those people were in on it. Hundreds of people who then found out that it was fake and nobody said anything. No. If that were the case, that would be absolutely unhinged. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think that she would not have posted that on social media with hundreds of people reaching out to her to give condolences. She also posted a couple grieving videos on TikTok, which again, for us, for our generation, that is not a strange thing to do. She seems completely devastated in one of these videos. Like, if this whole thing is fake and they're all in on it, that would be insanity. That would make less sense than giants being real. And then go to the Reddit posts. There's a Reddit post called "What Do You Think Actually Happened to Andrew Dawson?" There's a user on there named Powerful Criticism 18. It's obviously a very young guy, but he claims to be Andrew's nephew. He claims to be that Andrew was his uncle. And sure enough, if you go to this person's profile, and he also says in his comments what his full name is, his full name is listed on Andrew's obituary. Like, his full name is listed on Andrew's obituary. So it is clearly an actual family member. And he also advertises his TikTok on his Reddit account. And if you go to his TikTok, there are videos of him and Andrew together. So I am pretty sure this is who he says he is. And he claims, and has commented on several different posts on Reddit, that it is true. Andrew passed away. He lost his battle with depression. And he says that, no, Andrew was a big prankster. All of those giant videos were fake. I also see somebody with the same username as this person. He's on Facebook and YouTube leaving similar comments, leaving comments on his videos and memorial posts saying like, "Hey, I miss you, Uncle Andy," and stuff like that. Again, I just don't, I don't think that
Yes, I do,
so
Diane.
many people would be in on it. That would be cruel at this point. I think what happened here was that a huge internet, Ellison Luna, tiny.
So that's the story about that whole thing. But I'm just saying, it's so strangely ironic, I guess you could say. Thank you, Molly. I got your other stuff there. But yeah, this is, just so you guys know, the building that they showed on top of the mountain that has the tower. This is it. Are you still here, Andy? Am I boring you to death?
I'm here. I just am like 99% sure that was absolutely a hoax.
Oh, 100%. The giant thing, yes, except for his death, which is very strange.
I mean,
that's
yeah,
you if something like that, you're a sick person. I'm sorry. This is the building.
I don't think he faked his own death. I think he actually did end his life.
Yeah. And it either he ended his life or something stranger happened with it. That's what you know what I mean? And that it's weird how it all fell into place. The timing of it is way out there for me. But this is the building of the tower that he thought was the giant, per se, or wanted us to believe was a giant. Now, the building itself, it's very strange because it's abandoned. It's an empty building. And it looks like it's been vandalized and tore apart. And do you know what I mean? This is Canoe Mountain. This is the building. And it's just desolate. There's nothing there. It's strange. Let me see something here. Yeah, that's what's there. That tower is there. That's the building. There's no activity within the building. I don't know what the deal is with it, guys, but it's just a strange scenario to me. Then we have supposedly that was a giant that was caught on video, but it looks like CGI. I'm just saying, that's my opinion. You know, I debunk everything I look at before I say, okay, that's what it is. But I will show you some things that would kind of going along the lines of with what Miss B was talking about. Hold on a minute. So, people say that they believe that giants existed. People say that they don't believe they ever existed. Well, I found some things that, and I've seen these things way before I even talked about this to go along with this. Since we threw this in tonight, I figured I'd bring this up real quick for your guys' opinion to go along with it.
Alone, there are over 1,000 accounts of large skeletons unearthed across various sites in the past 200 years. Often, these skeletons are over 7 feet tall. Across the world, the story is the same. From an ancient Roman giant to an extremely tall pharaoh, today we'll be looking at the largest human skeletons ever found. Let's begin. Number 10. Australia's 5-meter skeleton. A group of archaeologists from Adelaide University unearthed a 5.3 meter, 17 foot 4 inches hominid species at the
17 foot 4 inches. Okay, I have a friend that is 7 foot tall. 7'1", I believe he is. He's human, but he's huge. This thing is 10 feet taller than that. Okay. And they're saying, I mean, you can see it, that it's in the human form. So don't know.
Uluru Archaeological Site. The discovery of the Uluru Archaeological Site in 2014 by research.
Now, look at these people. Okay. Next to this. You guys. This guy is squatting down. This is his head. Look at the skull alone. Huh? I'm sorry, but if I walked up upon something that was this big, Dago's gonna change his pants. Okay. But look how big this is. This is huge. 17 foot 4 inches. Can we get a picture of you next to it? I'd be non-existent. I'm just a little guy compared to even most normal people. So, and they did. Miss Barbara's right. They did talk about giants within the Bible. If you read some of that stuff, so this is crazy, guys.
Researchers from the Australian National University was in itself an exciting find. It led to the discovery of a megalithic civilization that was previously unknown. Near the ruins of that ancient megalithic civilization, archaeologists found the perplexing and extremely large skeleton.
Again, look at the skull compared to these 3-4 men here. Huh? Yeah. One of these guys could probably stick their head out of the eye socket of this thing. You know what I'm saying?
According to a University of Adelaide professor, Hans Zimmer, the new find is jaw-dropping. That's because, according to theory, a 5-meter skeleton or hominid should not exist.
Again, are we seeing this? This guy's little hand is on the jaw of the skull. Are you kidding me? This is not fake either. This was not hoaxed. This is something that was on that was found on an archaeological dig. Holy shit. That's insane to me. I'm just saying.
The professor conceded that the skeleton raises more questions and provides minimal answers. Some experts and archaeologists hypothesize that maybe the specimen suffered from an extreme case of gigantism due to an overproduction of growth hormones. Professor Hans insists that such a hypothesis is pure speculation and that only further research will help sort out the truth behind the anomaly. Moreover, such a skeleton is not unique, which means that it's only a matter of time before they find another one. When that happens, it'll be easier to come up with a viable conclusion. Number 9. The Amazonian Giants. A British anthropologist, Russell Dement, together with a team of German researchers, excavated 2 settlements in the Ecuador and Peru Amazon regions and found skeletons that measure between 7 and 8 feet in height. However, he noted that for 25 years, he heard from various sources the stories of large Amazonians, and as a result, dedicated his life to studying Achuar and Shuar Amazon indigenous communities. As a result, he was hopeful that further analysis might lend credibility to the stories that he heard. Preliminary studies indicated that the skeletons belonged to healthy humans who showed no signs of diseases such as hormonal growth problems that often cause gigantism. He sent 2 of the skeletons to Freie Universität in Germany for further analysis. Number 8. Ancient Roman Giant. In 1991, during an excavation in Fidenai, a territory Rome managed, archaeologists found an unusual 6-foot 8-inch skeleton. In today's world, it's normal to come across people who are 6 feet 8 inches tall. However, in ancient Rome, 3rd century AD, this was not so. The average height of men in that period was 5.5 feet. Consequently, a 6-foot 8-inch tall man would have towered over his contemporaries. The archaeological superintendent of Rome at the time noted that during the excavation, the first thing they observed was an abnormally long tomb. Later, during the anthropological examination, they discovered that the bones and limbs were also unusual. Consequently, they sent the skeleton to Simona Minozzi, a paleopathologist at the University of Pisa in Italy. Minozzi's team studied the bones and found...
That's amazingly awesome, Susbusters. I would love to have conversations with him. That's amazing.
Skull damage, which is consistent with a pituitary tumor. That kind of tumor affects the pituitary gland, and as a result, it produces excess human growth hormone. Minozzi and his team thus concluded that the skeleton provided enough evidence to support a pituitary abnormality as the cause for gigantism. Number 7. A very tall pharaoh. Scientists, who are part of ongoing research into mummies, reported in 2017 that they might have found the oldest case of gigantism. The scientists believe that the remains, which were first unearthed in 1901, belong to a giant Sennacht, a pharaoh of ancient Egypt. Prior research had already proven that these particular remains date back to the 3rd dynasty of Egypt, which is about 2,400 years before Christ. At the time, the average height of men in Egypt was 5 feet 7 inches. However, this particular skeleton would have stood at 6 foot 1.6 inches or 1.987 meters tall. Admittedly, kings of ancient Egypt were better fed and probably grew taller than normal men. However, even with this in mind, the scientists noted that this particular skeleton towered over Ramesses II, who is the tallest recorded pharaoh of Egypt at 5 feet 9 inches. The conclusion, therefore, is that the skeleton's long bones showed signs of gigantism, making the Sennacht the oldest known case of the disorder. Number 6. Miami Valley 8-foot 1.5 inch skeleton. In 1899, Edward G. Gebhardt and Edward Kaufman discovered an unusually large fossilized skeleton in Miami Valley, Ohio, while working in a gravel pit. The skeleton belonged to a man who was 8 feet 1.5 inch tall. At the time, it was one of the largest human skeletons ever recorded in human history. Archaeologists noted that the skeleton was of prehistoric age, and according to a Dr. Harlan, a dentist in Miamisburg, the skeleton's teeth were in perfect condition and as human as teeth can be. However, scientists who examined the skull discovered that the skull was of a low order, essentially just a shade higher than the Pithecanthropus erectus that Dr. Dubois found in Java. That puzzled scientists because despite other human features, the skeleton skull differed little from the head of a present-day gorilla. Number 5. The Irish Curiosity. Technically, the Irish Curiosity's not so much a skeleton that was found, but rather an unusually tall man who lived between 1761 and 1783, and whose skeleton was displayed at the Hunterian Museum after his death. The Irish giant's name was
Good night,
Charles
Convoy.
Byrne, and while most accounts put his height at between 8 feet 2 inches and 8 feet 4 inches, skeletal evidence shows that he was just over 7 feet 7 inches. When he was alive, many people made up stories about the cause of his great height, and one popular story was that he was conceived on top of a haystack. During his teen years, Charles left Ireland for Britain and became a celebrity thanks to his height. Most people referred to him as the Wonderful Irish Giant. Unfortunately, he didn't live long, and at the age of 22, he passed on. After his death, anatomist and preeminent surgeon John Hunter went against Byrne's wishes that he be buried at sea and instead reduced Charles' corpse to its skeleton and displayed it at his museum, the Hunterian Museum. In 1909, an American surgeon studied the skeleton and surmised that Charles Byrne had a pituitary tumor that caused his gigantism. Number 4. The San Diego Giant. On October 7, 1895, a newspaper known as The World reported that a mummy of the biggest man who ever lived had been found near San Diego. According to the paper, Professor Thomas Wilson, a curator in the Department of Prehistoric Anthropology in the Smithsonian Institute, together with other scientists, had inspected and even measured the skeleton. The skeleton measured roughly 9 feet, but other reports indicate that the mummy's actual height was 8 feet 4 inches. The paper also reported that the skeleton belonged to a Native American and it was prehistoric. However, due to inferior dating methods at the time, scientists could not determine the exact age. Moreover, the skeleton's height greatly puzzled the scientists because there were no records of such people existing. In the year 1908, the San Diego mummy disappeared from the museum. As a result, the San Diego Giant has always been embroiled in controversy, with some dismissing it as a hoax. Number 3. 18 strange giant skeletons. In the year 1912, the New York Times reported the discovery of 18 giant skeletons. The skeletons were discovered by a team of archaeologists from the University Beloit College of Wisconsin at an excavation near Lake Delavan. According to the article, the skeletons' heights ranged from 7 feet 6 inches to 10 feet tall. Their skulls, though human, were larger than the skulls of any race that inhabited America at the time. Moreover, they had 6 fingers, 6 toes, and a double row of teeth similar to humans, but they had regular molars in the front of the jaw. Scientists concluded that the larger-than-average skull was the result of a longer lifespan. Soon after the discovery, the skeletons disappeared, and not much is known about them since then. Many people have proposed that the government deliberately erased all manner of evidence that pointed to a race of extremely tall people or giants. Others have dismissed the reports of giants as a hoax. Either way, one cannot deny that, according to newspapers of the time, archaeologists indeed found these large human skeletons. Number 2. Iowa's Mysterious Mound. In 1897, archaeologists found the skeleton of a giant while digging through a mound in Iowa. A newspaper article at the time termed the discovery a matter of official record. According to measurements, the giant must have stood at 7 feet 6 inches when alive. Unfortunately, the skeleton crumbled to dust when exposed to the air, but archaeologists unearthed other artifacts such as a collar made of boar's teeth that were around the skeleton's neck and small copper beads across the thighs. The artifacts suggest the giant was of high stature. In another mound, still in Iowa, archaeologists found a large chamber with 11 skeletons that were also quite large. The skeletons were arranged in a circle and they had their backs against the wall. A seashell that had been converted into a drinking cup was at the center of the circle, and archaeologists believe it might have been a case of mass suicide. Number 1. Serpent Mound, Ohio. The Great Serpent Mound is one of the most well-documented skeleton finds in American history. The mound is a 1,370-foot effigy mound near Pebbles. Ross Hamilton, a researcher and writer, has researched the mound thoroughly and written about the giants found at the mound. In the 1890s, another researcher, Professor Frederick Ward Putnam, excavated some of the mounds near the Serpent Mound. Though he only found 6-foot-tall skeletons, archaeologists still believed that the actual mounds harbored giants. Just recently, researcher Jeffrey Wilson discovered a postcard showing a 7-foot-tall skeleton from the Serpent Mound. No one knows if the 7-foot skeleton is among those discovered by Putnam, since he's the only person to have ever dug at the site. The debate among the archaeologists is ongoing, and even Jeffrey Wilson does not have the answers. However, one thing they all agree on is that the postcard is legitimate and that it definitely depicts a giant. What do you think? Are these documented instances of...
So there are some other instances of giants existing at some point, because of, hold on here, you know, the skeletons that have been unearthed, and I think it's kind of crazy, guys, that everything has evolved in some form or fashion. Let's think about this for a minute. We remember that prehistoric times, dinosaurs existed. Dinosaurs were huge. Okay? I mean, huge. What if, you know, other than what has been found for the most part, because there's different sizes of us now, what if some human beings were huge too? And things adapted down as things changed. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just saying this was a story about the Grand Canyon, and I thought was interesting in regards to the giant scenario. Miss Vicky says, Ohio. I wish I could remember where the giant was from that I last seen. Dad and Mom bought me a size of the giants. It was like, oh yeah. It was near the Serpent Mounds, which we have here in Ohio, which is really interesting, very interesting. Let me see something here. Okay, moving on.
1909, a story was published in a newspaper. This was just a normal story told to the populace at that time. Nothing much to think of, until it caused an uproar that threatened the existence of everything we believed in. This story has survived time, and even 115 years later, this story is still being told both by people who believe in it and those who don't. That's how great and controversial this story is. What was talked about in this story that drew people's attention? Who was the author? And why is everything surrounding this story shrouded in mysteries? Well, that is what we are about to show you. For those of us who can barely see what's on the screen, let me explain it to you. This is the front page of the Phoenix, Arizona Gazette, which was a major Arizona newspaper at the time. It printed a story on April 5th, 1909, called Explorations in the Grand Canyon. Mysteries of the immense rich cavern being brought to light. Jordan is enthused. Remarkable finds indicate ancient people migrated from the Orient. Basically, this newspaper just told the world that a secret hidden city was found in the Grand Canyon, and as if that was not enough, that it showed signs of previous civilization from a far continent living there. This news piece challenged the established notion of migration and ancient civilization, pointing fingers at governments and established agencies that all what they had told us or said was wrong. If this story was true, Columbus definitely wasn't the first to discover America. If anything, he never discovered anything.
And I just got to say that the whole Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, blah, 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 all that shit has been theorized as a hoax forever and ever, that it was never even true. Okay. And I've read stories on this years ago, guys, and it's really kind of crazy. And this here changes things, guys. So I thought this was really interesting based on what we had kind of led into here a little while ago.
This story starts with a lone explorer known as G.E. Kincaid. He was traveling down the Colorado River in a wooden boat by himself in search of minerals in the canyon. The canyon was full of minerals like gold, silver, and copper, so he wanted to see if he could find some of those minerals in the canyon. He had been an explorer and hunter all his life and had worked for the Smithsonian Institute for 30 years. Now, for some of us who don't know, especially those who are not from America, the Smithsonian Institute is the world's largest museum, education and research complex, with 21 museums.
Yes, I have been at Serpent Mounds a couple of times when I was younger. We went once as a class trip, And then my family went on vacation there another time. It's pretty wild, guys. It's really wild. I'll show it to you if you need. Once we get through this, I'll show you a video of it real quick. It's pretty cool. We have
I'm
a
gonna
lot of.
head to bed.
Okay, all right, Andy. I'm sorry, hon.
Night.
Thanks again for everything. We have a lot of stuff in Ohio that is as boring as it is here. There's a lot of history that's really interesting. So, but yeah, I'll show it to you as soon as we get through here.
And the National Zoo. Kind of like a big library for everything that has ever occurred on Earth, especially in the United States of America. They've been in existence since 1846. In their words, and I kid you not, they are shaping the future by preserving heritage, discovering new knowledge, and sharing our resources with the world. But after this video, you let us know if that is true or not. Now, the Smithsonian was the agency Mr. Kincaid worked for, and was exploring things on their behalf. A little over 40 miles up the river from the El Tovar Crystal Canyon, Kincaid saw stains in a sediment formation about 2,000 feet up. This got his attention, and he decided to check it out. Kincaid couldn't find a trail, but after a short walk, he came across something very interesting. Covered in desert brush were footsteps, hundreds of them carved in sandstone. The steps led him to a cave that was clearly man-made, sparking his interest. Kincaid got his flashlight and put it on as he went into the cave. When he got into the cave, he was suddenly dumbfounded by what he saw. Kincaid found writing on the walls, but it wasn't English or Native American. It was hieroglyphics from ancient Egypt. How was that possible? Egypt was miles away from the canyon. It was literally impossible for them to have a presence in the canyon. Luckily for us, he wrote down a very detailed description of everything he saw. The main passageway is about 12 feet wide, narrow.
Sorry, I just saw that, Pepper. It's in southern, like southwestern Ohio, I believe. I think the area that it's actually is called Peebles, Ohio. Oh, when I pull it up, I'll show you for sure. If I remember, it's been a long time, but yeah, I believe that's where it's at, Pepper.
Going to 9 feet toward the farther end. About 57 feet from the entrance, the first side passages branch off to the right and left, along which on both sides are a number of rooms about the size of ordinary living rooms of today. Though some are 30 by 40 feet square, these are entered by oval-shaped doors and are ventilated by round air spaces through the walls into the passages. The walls are about 3 feet 6 inches in thickness. The passages are chiseled or hewn as straight as could be laid out by an engineer. The ceilings of many of the rooms converge to a center. The side passages near the entrance run at a sharp angle from the main hall, but toward the rear, they gradually reach a right angle in direction. After a short while, it finally hit G.E. Kincaid that he wasn't just in a cave, but in a huge, man-made complex settlement carved out of the rock. In such, he thought that up to 50,000 people might have lived there. There were granaries with shelves of painted pottery in some rooms. Many of the pots still had seeds in them. He found cooking areas and a large dining hall. People lived here. There were many ancient artifacts all over the rooms. In another large room, he described an area for metalwork, a technology that should not have existed in this area. In this place, he found tools of all descriptions made from copper. These people knew the lost art of hardening metal, a technique that chemists have been looking for hundreds of years without success. For several hours, Kincaid explored the sophisticated underground complex. He still didn't know when, how, or why it was built, or who the builders were. Then he found a crypt, which was in another big room. Inside were dozens of mummies on every shelf and row in the crypt, a practice that is synonymous with the Egyptians. It was at this point he realized that if he was going to explore this entire underground city, he was going to need some help. G.E. Kincaid sent a few artifacts to the Smithsonian Institute, along with his notes of what he had found. He asked for help with money and logistics for what he thought was likely the most important archaeological discovery ever made. The Smithsonian agreed. A few weeks later, Professor S.A. Jordan arrived with about 40 scientists, researchers, and workers to dig up and fully explore the ancient underground city. With more lights and people, the experts could clearly see that the layout of the cave system wasn't random, but planned and symmetrical. All of the tunnels went to a central chamber or room in the middle, and in this chamber was a big statue that Kincaid thought looked like Buddha, a religion practiced in Asia. Over 100 feet from the entrance is the cross hall, several hundred feet long, where the idol or image of the people's god was found sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand. The cast of this face is oriental, and in this cavern, the idol almost resembles Buddha, though we are not certain as to what religious worship it represented. Taking into consideration everything found thus far, we think it possible that this worship most resembled the ancient people of Tibet. Because of this discovery, Kincaid and everyone there started calling the place the Citadel. Now we have two cultures in one place, plus counting the natives, making it 3 or 4. How was that possible? Asia too was far from the Grand Canyon. Their findings only led to more questions than answers.
That's what's so crazy about this story, you guys. This was found in Arizona under the Grand Canyon, where it seemed to be that an Asian culture had settled and lived and built a city underneath all of this. So that's pretty crazy.
The whole cave system was explored by Kincaid, Jordan, and the Smithsonian team. There was so much evidence that this wasn't some faraway temple with only a few monks or priests living there. This was a huge city lived in by thousands of men, women, and children for hundreds or possibly thousands of years. But no one on the team knew who they were. By the end of the expedition, G.E. Kincaid and Professor Jordan's group had found hundreds of rooms, barracks, granaries, shrines, metalworking shops, and many living quarters. Thousands of artifacts were found. They also found pottery urns, utensils for cooking, small yellow stones called cat's eyes, and large stone tablets with hieroglyphics written on them. Kincaid and Jordan found a lot of artifacts and writings, but they were still not able to figure out who built the citadel in the Grand Canyon. A few of the statues looked like they were from Tibet, but they weren't quite right. The writing looked like it was from Egypt, but it wasn't quite right. Even though there were experts there, none of them could read the words or identify the statues. The experts did agree on 2 things, though. 1, people who built the citadel were very advanced, much more advanced than the native tribes who had lived in the area. I mean, this lost civilization was working with bronze years before the Bronze Age began. They understood the division of labor and agriculture when most other societies on Earth were probably still hunting and gathering. These findings went against everything that most archaeologists and anthropologists learned in school. There shouldn't be a civilization like this one. 2, they also agreed that the civilization that built the citadel did not emerge locally. Without question, this civilization came from the other side of the world. This toppled the belief held by the Smithsonian on isolationism. The Smithsonian believe that most civilizations are cut off from each other and don't interact with each other very often, especially when they're separated by large bodies of water. It was thought that the advanced and densely populated civilizations of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys were rare and didn't talk to other advanced cultures like the Aztecs, Toltecs, or Maya. So Kincaid and Professor Jordan now saying otherwise means that the Smithsonian was wrong, which would lead to major loss of faith in their capabilities. In this case, they took "the government is never wrong" seriously. Kincaid and Professor Jordan sent boxes of artifacts and books full of notes and drawings back to the Smithsonian, along with their theory that an ancient civilization existed in the Grand Canyon thousands of years before even Native Americans arrived in North America. These people were highly educated, skilled, and technologically advanced, and likely came from Egypt or Asia. Kincaid wanted more tools and a bigger group of people to help them study the citadel and look for more clues about this lost civilization in the Grand Canyon. Surprisingly, their request was turned down, and G.E. Kincaid and Professor S.A. Jordan were never seen or heard from again. Now, anytime you mention the lost civilization of the Grand Canyon, you get branded as a nut job with nothing better to do. And if you ask the Smithsonian about it, they outrightly deny it. In such, there are proofs and evidence that this compelling story I just told you is a lie. The Grand Canyon Historical Society looked into this very story in 2009, especially the news piece, and pretty much found out it was nothing more than a bad April Fool's joke. The author of the news piece is unknown, and there was never a follow-up story, which in itself is weird. As if that wasn't bad enough, G.E. Kincaid, the protagonist of this story, doesn't exist. There are no traces of anyone by that name ever existing. It was just a good Wattpad story. In such, here's a video of the Smithsonian saying that.
Smithsonian Public Relations, Marion speaking.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I'm here. Sorry, I was on hold a long time.
How can I help you?
They transferred me to Marion.
Yes, this is Marion.
Okay, great. My name is AJ, and I'm with the Y-Files. We're a YouTube channel that covers mysteries.
Did you say you're from YouTube?
The Y-Files is a channel on YouTube, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about an article that was in the Phoenix, Arizona Gazette in 1909, and they sent me to you. I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay, let me stop you. No Egyptian artifacts of any kind have ever been found in North or South America.
Sounds like you've given that speech before.
Yes, I get this call a couple of times a year. I can tell you that the Smithsonian has never been involved in anything like this in the Grand Canyon or anywhere.
So, G.E. Kincaid.
There's no record of anyone by that name ever working for the Smithsonian. The whole thing is a hoax.
Yeah, that's the prevailing belief, but the Smithsonian has been accused of covering this up, so...
Yeah, I don't have a response to that.
You probably don't want to talk about giants or giant skeletons, huh?
And goodbye.
They denied Kincaid ever existing, but here is where they messed up. This is a picture of Professor Jordan. He is a known associate of the Smithsonian Institution for 30 years. So how do you explain Jordan accompanying a second party known as Kincaid? Jordan worked closely with the Smithsonian for 30 years, from the 1880s to 1910. During that time, he went on ichthyological trips down the Colorado River and into the Grand Canyon. In such, he was the president of Stanford University. But you see, Jordan had a problem. He was a strong supporter of eugenics. Eugenics is the scientifically erroneous and immoral theory of racial improvement and planned breeding. Think Hitler or white supremacists, that kind of thing. In fact, Jordan wrote the 1899 essay, A Study of the Decay of Races, through the survival of the unfit, because he believed in primitive pseudoscience and was xenophobic. In it, he showed how irrational he was about race degeneration and begged for huge efforts to keep racial unity. After people called him out for his radical idea, the Smithsonian started to cut off every form of ties and interaction with him, then later fully denied he worked with them. If not for records that couldn't be easily erased, they also would have denied that Professor Jordan ever existed, just like they did Kincaid. Everything Kincaid said was true, because what he described was used as a map to find certain locations by other explorers. So, if he was lying, how would he know the exact places? Even years after the initial discovery by Kincaid, artifacts were still found in the canyon by different explorers that proved Kincaid wasn't lying. To even add to the growing list of suspicions, the population is only allowed to visit just 2 caves in the Grand Canyon. For reference purposes, the Grand Canyon has an estimated 1,000 caves. 335 out of those caves have been discovered and recorded, and out of those 335, only 2 are allowed for public use. So, why are the remaining 333 kept out of reach? If you ask the Smithsonian, they tell you things like, tourists could destroy valuable artifacts without realizing the damage they caused, or it's not safe, and they don't want you to be hurt. Now, it's true, some places are closed to the public for the right reasons, like the Hopi Fire Tower and Access Road, which is closed for safety and preservation purposes, the Maricopa Point Endangered Plant Area, which is a small area on the South Rim that contains a rare plant species called century milk vetch. The area is fenced off and marked with signs to protect the plant from trampling and collecting. And even some places in the Grand Canyon are considered holy grounds to the natives. So it's off limits. I understand all these parts. But that's just the tip of a large unexplored place. There are still a lot of places that could be explored, but anytime anyone finds themselves in an area that is blocked from the public, immediately the authorities show up. And I'm not talking of park rangers, I mean military black Apache helicopters, like in the case of these people. These were a group of explorers who tried to explore some of the areas listed in Kincaid notes. It didn't take long for this helicopter to show. I only have one question. What could the Smithsonian be hiding that they require a military helicopter to keep people out? If you know, let us know in the comments section.
How about all that, guys? Right down there in Arizona, the Grand Canyon itself. And that is true because you're only allowed to go to so many places in the Grand Canyon. Gotta wonder why. Let me see something here. They don't want you seeing certain things. Let's see here. And it is a really remarkable scenario, but to have military helicopters show up when people step into the wrong areas, which means they're being watched, that's crazy to me. Exactly. Why? Why don't they want these things found? Does it tell a story about something else that we're not supposed to know about? Something possibly paranormal? Intergalactically, maybe? Who knows?
Stop to wonder about the mysteries that may lie within the Grand Canyon.
We're driving back from Yuma, Arizona, and I look up in the sky. I don't know if I can tell. There, that thing. What is that?
I mean, it's a beautiful place to look at, to take pictures, and to visit. But what if I told you that maybe there's much more to it than anyone would ever imagine?
It was an era of giants, dinosaurs, and bears.
And what if I told you that in the 1900s, a supposed archaeological find was published in the Arizona Gazette? An archaeological find that would shatter absolutely everything we know about humanity. And it was supposedly covered up, making it possibly one of the greatest cover-ups in human history. And if all of this isn't strange enough to make it even weirder, to this day no one knows exactly if it did happen or not. Well, today we're going to be taking a look at pictures, videos, and evidence that may actually support some of these archaeological finds. Are you guys ready?
Wow. That's just a bone, right?
That is a bone.
I mean, they're telling me that was fun.
Known as one of the most mysterious and beautiful places in the world, the Grand Canyon is visited by thousands of tourists every single day. It is one of the most studied landscapes in the world, with extensive fossil records and a multitude of geologic features and rich archaeological history. In 1908, President Roosevelt wanted to declare the Grand Canyon off limits to all timber and mining operations. And feeling that this could be a final opportunity to explore minerals like gold, silver, and copper, explorer and researcher G.E. Kincaid took a boat down the Colorado River. He wanted to see if he could find something in the area before it was completely closed off to the public. So G.E. Kincaid and Professor S.A. Jordan, both explorers and supposed archaeologists working for the Smithsonian, set off the Colorado River to explore the Grand Canyon. About 42 miles upstream from the El Tovar Crystal Canyon and 2,000 feet up the canyon wall, G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan spotted what appeared to be some sort of stairway that led to a huge cave. And at this point, they did what anyone searching for minerals and gold would do, and they went inside the cave. Now this is where things take a turn and become really, really strange. According to Kincaid, the entrance to the cave was described as a tunnel-like passageway that was large enough to accommodate several people walking side by side. He also describes that 60 feet into the entrance you'll find branching off to the right and left of the cave a number of rooms the size of living rooms that have these oval-shaped entrances and ventilation systems. Little by little, Kincaid and S.A. Jordan started realizing that whatever it was that they found was possibly some sort of ancient underground city, just like the ones we see in Turkey and many other places throughout the world. But it doesn't stop there. They went even further, and they found what appeared to be some sort of cross hall, several hundred feet long, and sitting in the middle of it, some sort of huge statue that resembled a Buddha statue with a lotus flower in each hand. From now on, there are a couple of branches to this story, and one of them states that Kincaid and S.A. Jordan returned from their exploration to pass this information over to the Smithsonian to gather more men to actually explore this underground city, being that it was huge. Now, according to this article that was published in the 1900s by the Arizona Gazette, G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan returned to the cave, now with an expedition backed up by the Smithsonian and financed by S.A. Jordan himself. They go deeper into the cave, and what they found would completely shatter absolutely everything we know about human history. According to the article itself, they found copper tools, including knives, spears, and other objects. They also found, carved into the cave walls, what looked like Egyptian hieroglyphs, which would make no sense, being that they were in the Grand Canyon, United States. There was also a perfectly polished granite stairway that led deeper into the cave, and it was perfectly smooth, as if it had been carved with some sort of advanced technology.
Oh my God. What is going on? Oh my God. What is going on? It's coming apart. Oh my actual God.
And by going even deeper into the cave, this is most likely the reason, if the story is true, why it was covered up. Upon reaching one of the largest chambers, they found what looked like several holes on the walls that appeared to be slanting back at an angle of about 35 degrees. And inside these holes, they found what appeared to be giant humanoid mummies. Now, it's very important to state that this fantastic story may actually be just a hoax. However, it was indeed published by the Arizona Gazette in 1909 in two different articles. The first article was published on March 12, 1909 with the title G.E. Kincaid Reaches Yuma. And it was a short but interesting announcement that Kincaid was the only second person to make this boat trip down the entire course of the Colorado River. 24 days later, on April 5th, 1909, the newspaper ran a follow-up story to their first article, except that this time it was a full front-page coverage on the discoveries that G.E. Kincaid had made in the Grand Canyon. However, things take a very strange twist when you go over to the Smithsonian and try to call them to get more information on G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan. Many people have done so after this article was published. I mean, you can imagine why. And the Smithsonian always says, very politely, that no, there is no record of Kincaid or any archaeological finding regarding an Egyptian cave of some sort in the Grand Canyon. But here's where things take a really strong turn and become stranger and even more mysterious than everything that I've told you until now. After researching a bit about the topic, I found a very interesting article in CNY Artifact Recovery, posted on January 2014, that states, S.A. Jordan was actually sent to the Grand Canyon by the Smithsonian to investigate the information that was reported by John Wesley Powell. So this would quickly explain all the confusion why G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan are not listed under the Smithsonian. It's a dead end. And doing a quick research on John Wesley Powell, you'll find that Major John Wesley Powell was actually first director of the Bureau of American Ethnology at the Smithsonian from its founding in 1879. He was also in the U.S. Army and former director of the United States Geological Survey. But there's more. In 1870, he was the first American to lead an expedition throughout the Grand Canyon to scientifically investigate the Colorado River. So this man might actually have found something there that G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan got interested in. Gold, minerals, or maybe something else. Not only that, the Hopi tribe has already talked about the possibility of their ancestors at some point in time living in an underground city in the Grand Canyon.
Which is the origin point. Our ancestors inhabited previous worlds before this one.
This cave was home to a race of people who would take anybody prisoner who enters the cave. And one such story, a native called Anzip, who was an elder of the tribe, told him of two maids who entered the cave and were never seen again. Finally, after many years, they emerged. And they told how they were taken into this beautiful world.
So the deeper we dig, the stranger it gets. But it gets even stranger if we start to analyze why there was a need to cover this story up.
Thank you, guys.
I would probably focus on two main points in this story, and one of them is the giant humanoid mummies and the Egyptian hieroglyphs and artifacts that were found inside the cave. They don't add up, but they would be a good reason to cover the story up entirely. For instance, the giant mummies. Either they were some sort of alien reptilian race of some sort, or they were indeed giant humanoid beings. And there is evidence to support that maybe there were alien races that occupied Earth in a very distant past.
Outside of that, there's a whole realm of what I would call machining marks that exist all over these sites in Egypt. There's a place called Abu Sir that's been closed to the public for more than 100 years. You have to get special permission to go there. It's one of...
Bien, nos encontramos aquí en Chiclayo, en el Paseo Yortuque, y
Y lo que más llama la atención en este paseo, se habla del hombre reptil o del hombre iguana. Se habla que interactuó con los seres humanos, era un ser que vivía allá por la tierra y tenía muchos poderes.
And there is also evidence to support that at some point there were possibly giant humanoid beings living amongst us.
These are depicting ancient creation. We start with this scene, and we look at what we're looking at here. They're holding some type of structure with a snake inside. What is this? Now, we're taught that these beings
Good night, Mrs. Mississippi. Thanks for joining us tonight.
So even though they're wearing dynastic headdress, the ancient Commissions are represented here. These are the dynastic people, smaller. They're just observing what was already here. Now, the lotus here nicely. This has been described first by Christopher Dunn as a Crookes tube. Perhaps an electrical bulb. It seems to be working well. This is the Jed pillar, supposed to represent the backbone of Wizard, of Osiris. But here, it looks like it's what somebody said, a condenser, because it's working with electricity. And again, we're not talking wireless electricity, because it is plugged in. Plugged in. Now we switch to the other wall, and we look what's seen is over here. Again, and this is a very important symbol. This is supposed to be ancient Commission. He's holding the bow, but here, the snake is being deflected. We have a creature here. We don't know what this creature is, but the important thing is what the texts say. This is a warning that this is a knowledge, a power that can be abused.
But again, these are just theories. But
again, this all goes full circle back to the whole alien nation type scenario that they are, if they do exist, they're keeping quiet because I think they're afraid that people couldn't handle it. It could cause mass chaos. And maybe it would take control away from the governments. If we were to interact with something that existed that we would know about without them directing us to something, it takes their control away. It's kind of interesting if you think about it.
I'm going to show you guys some of the videos that supports this evidence.
Queridos amigos, muchas gracias a vosotros. Gracias.
What you're about to hear is real. My name is not too important. The information I'm about to tell you is extremely important. I was an intelligence specialist with the United States. Since then, if you watch my other videos, you realize that strange things have started to happen to my body. If you remember, my eye has started to get more of a slit in a or I guess snake eye appearance. If you look at my other videos or what I'm adding right here, you can actually see up close what my eye looks like. If you remember, my body in certain areas, like for example, you look at my elbows on both sides, I'm growing additional limbs. My hands, my thumbs, they're extending and growing too.
The thing is, throughout the years, people have been observing certain videos that show some of these shape-shifting humanoids.
Look at the curve, right? Wild. Oh.
Sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And in other times, I would say that the videos are completely fake. But who knows? Maybe this was what Kincaid and S.A. Jordan had found inside that cave when they told about these giant mummies that they found. If this is the case, it would understandably be a very good reason to cover all this story up. Now, on another note, if this isn't the case about the reptilians and all that, it could actually be giant humanoid beings that were found inside the cave. There are certain videos out there that you'll find that may actually prove the existence of giants occupying Earth in a very distant past.
A spectacular example of how little we know about our human history and so many other areas of science that are part of the nature of our reality. Very quick history about this footprint. It was first discovered in 1931 by a farmer or a guy around this area called Stoffel Coetzee.
Some of these footprints in Africa and Indonesia and other archaeological artifacts just scream out giant.
Thank you, JK. I appreciate it, brother.
Inilah tapak Tuan. Alhamdulillah kami sudah sampai di tapak Tuan.
Also in 2017, ancient remains of 5,000-year-old giants were discovered in China. For instance, in this video posted by Digidudenate not very long ago, we can see what appears to be a giant humanoid figure inside of a cave in Mexico in Cabo San Lucas. At a certain point, I would say that some of these archaeological finds and giant footprints and whatnot may just be just a coincidence, and in other cases, it could actually represent some sort of evidence that maybe there were giant humanoids in a certain point in the past. Not to mention myths, stories, and legends from tribes and people all over the world who tell of encounters with these giant humanoid beings. Who knows if some of them are based on true stories? But it might actually explain what G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan found that day on that cave. Now, when it comes to the Egyptian artifacts and hieroglyphs, this is where things get really strange. In a quick search, you'll find that there are Egyptian hieroglyphs that were found spread out throughout the world in places they weren't supposed to exist. And it's the case with the Australian Egyptian hieroglyphs that were found. Brian Forrester and many other explorers talk about these Australian Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Greetings from Australia. We're near Sydney, actually closer to a town called Gosford. Well, I find this absolutely amazing. And what's impressive is not only that it's been translated by Yusuf Awiyan and Mohammed Ibrahim, who are, again, Egyptian experts. So the idea that the lichen buildup and the fact that the surface is the same shade as the indentation means that this is of a significant age, I would guess much older than 100 years or something, made by somebody in the 1930s.
I know there's several people that are interested in Egyptians, any proof of Egyptians in Utah. It was told to me by, I'll just use first names, a friend of mine named Scott told me the story. He said up in Morgan County, and they were deer hunting, went up Smith Creek and deer hunting, and actually went over the top of the mountain. So they were coming down onto the Davis County side. They ran into some ruins in the brush, and it's just the rock foundation. Well, it was described to me as looking like a gravestone or a grave marker, a large one that was kind of heart-shaped on the top. This large rock in the middle of the building had Egyptian writing on it.
Now, when it comes to the Egyptian artifacts that were supposedly found by G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan inside that cave, I can see a couple of reasons why it would have been covered up. For instance, what if some of these artifacts were of some sort of technology that they couldn't comprehend at the time?
That is not an airplane. Why the is it so close? What the actual is that?
Just to give an example, a couple of years ago, I featured several videos of what's supposed to be a mysterious Egyptian stone that has special powers or features that to this day no one knows exactly how to explain. For instance, it doesn't reflect on a mirror, it interferes with electronic devices, and it kind of boils water and reacts to water in strange ways. There's also a couple of magnetic anomalies that aren't quite easy to explain. Now, at first, if you read a bit about the topic and do some digging around, you'll find a couple of articles that state that most of these stones are actually fake and that these videos have the sole purpose of selling these stones on eBay and on the internet to make some easy money on people. And I don't doubt it. There are so many fake things nowadays being sold online that who knows? But even so, it doesn't explain how these videos are being made. It may just be that it's not simple CGI or special effects. It may actually be that someone has a hold of these stones. Not only that, in most videos, sometimes featured by different people all over the world, you see the stones presenting the same properties all over. So, I don't know. It could be the real deal. Whatever this thing is, it could be what Kincaid and S.A. Jordan found that day inside that cave. And it would be a really good reason to cover the whole thing up. Not only that, it could explain how the Egyptians built the pyramids, the megaliths, and many other strange structures that to this day no one knows exactly how they were made. And to my surprise, a couple of months ago, I actually received a video from one of my subscribers of what's supposed to be an Egyptian pyramid that was found in the Grand Canyon through Google Earth. And this is the video.
Right there. Train off. Train on.
Whatever it is that Koga and JA crew found, it really does look like a pyramid. If you take a look, it even has the layers that look like the Egyptian pyramids. But I'm not too sure, it could be just a coincidence. Not only that, several researchers and books written about the Grand Canyon mystery state at some point how weird looking the Temple of Osiris is in the Grand Canyon. Not to mention that several caves and locations have been completely restricted to the general public for some reason. So either the Kincaid story is one of the biggest hoaxes ever created by the Arizona Gazette, or it's one of the biggest cover-ups in human history. But I'll leave that up to you guys. What do you think about all of this? Well, this is it for now, but we do have more videos. Don't forget to check them out, and don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel with notifications on for more videos like this. Also, if you want to send me strange videos and stories, thatimpossiblechannel@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys again very soon.
All right. So, crazy stuff, guys. Thank you, AK. I appreciate that very much, by the way. What's everybody thinking? You'd have never thought about the Grand Canyon having, any kind of anything, other than the Grand Canyon. Come to find out through everything else we've looked at that there could be a completely other dead city that was underneath the Grand Canyon at some point, and they do. I'm gonna show you guys something, and it makes you wonder. Why on completely on this side? Sorry, guys. The other side of the world, Egypt. We have these pyramids, right? I don't know. There were pyramids in China, Thailand, Tibet, places like that. Kind of interesting. So that matters. Hold on a minute. Get up to something here. Show you guys something. For those, I've never been there. I've seen many like videos of it and things like that, but the Grand Canyon is just massive.
But among the jellies, and looking somewhat like them,
Look how
is a
that
rather
place
more
is.
complex and sinister creature.
Completely. And I mean, if you look at the structurality of the rock, the way it's cut out.
It floats with the help of a
I'm
gas.
sorry, is that any better?
Topped by a vertical membrane.
Sorry about that. Is that any better at all?
Serving as a
My
sail,
apologies.
it maintains a steady
It is
course
very
through
beautiful.
the waves.
Look at the structurality and how some points of it do.
It must still be extremely
How
careful.
about now?
Most other fish are not so lucky.
You don't hear me at all? Yes, no, maybe so.
A tentacle has.
Hold on, let me check something. Make sure it's not overlaying. Oh, I see what happened. Sorry, you guys. I get it now. Let's try this again. I see what I did. My apologies. I had something running in the background I couldn't see, so I didn't know it was there. Am I too loud now?
Behind more layers of sedimentary rock. So many.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's try this now.
That they created a giant plateau. Just 250 million years ago.
So again,
the
you
youngest layer in the
imagine
canyon's
that
walls was laid down. It's a light-colored
there was a
stone
city
known
or
as Kaibat
cities that
limestone.
were built so massive. I think it's really cool. Absolutely, definitely. So there are and have been people recently that have been gone looking for the secret entrances to the Grand Canyon underworld, as they call it, which I think is pretty wild. I don't know. Yeah. So, all right, everybody. I think that's gonna do it for tonight. I do too, Paula. I think that story happened. I think they covered it up because here's the thought: the way it's been explained, that if it was something that were to come about, that it could change the history of life. Our governments don't want things like that to happen because then again, that takes control away from them to some extent. And if it were to change what they have everybody believing, the programming that we've had for years, that can be a problem. So I can see how that could happen. I can't. Not trying to go all rabbit hole-y or, conspiracy theory, but oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, B. Thank you, B. I'll forget my name if you guys don't remind me sometimes. Let's see here. Hmm. Hold on, Miss B. Um, I can't find it. Hang on. Did you resend it, B? Did it come off of TikTok or? Thank you, white trash crackhead. You read just recently? Only thing I see is article about crooks, autism insight, TikTok, second pick, neck tattoo. I don't know if it came through, B. Hold on. Absolutely, Miss Barbo. Much love to you, ma'am. Nope. Hold on. Second pick. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. So this is from Miss B. Williams. What do we have going on here, ma'am?
It was so cool.
Let's see here.
Met a nice couple too.
I don't know if there's a way for me to clean this up. It's very hard to see. Right here. Um, okay, I think I see. I'm going to take this picture, maybe send this to Molly and see if she can clean this up. And maybe filter it to show, take some of the dark spots out of it and lighten it up a bit so we could try to see it. Thank you, B. It blinked when I saw it in the video. Oh, wow. Wow, very crazy. Yeah, thank you, B. I'm gonna get this to Molly and see if she can clean it up somehow and go from there. Let's see here. Hmm. Oh, so the other pick is better. Let me back up. Oops, hold on, sorry. I don't think it went through, B. I don't know why it didn't come through. I'm looking. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Is this what you're talking about, B? Okay. Let me see if I can do something with this. There's something there. Oh, I see it right here. That's pretty wild. I see now. Yeah, that's definitely strange. I'm definitely gonna have to see if I can do something with this. Thank you, B. And it moved. That's crazy. I wonder. I think I can change it a little bit here. Hold on. Okay. You guys see this space here? That's pretty wild. That's a mouth, eyes. Yeah, I need to do some filtering to this. Hmm. There, you can kind of see it better there. That's wicked. Nope. That's going to have to be the best one. You guys see it right here? I don't know what it is, but it's definitely visible in that corner there. That's pretty wicked, though. It moved very fast, rushed into frame, then backed out quickly. Wow. Okay. Thank you, B. That's pretty wild. Thank you very much. See it there? Any better now? No, it's not your fault. I'm messing around with it a little bit, trying to make it, more visible, but you can definitely see it. I don't know what it is, but we can see it. Interesting. Thank you again. It's pretty wild. Is that better, you guys? Can you see that better than the first time? Well, we definitely will miss you, Barb. Oh, seriously. So do I. Hope everything works out for the best for you. And we will be here when you can be here. That's for sure. So, all right, guys. Thank you very much, Miss B. That was very much appreciated. Let me see here. By the way, again, thank you, you guys, for joining us, and thank you guys for any donations you've made to the channel, whether it be super chat, super stickers, anything to PayPal, Cash App, and/or Venmo. Please know it's all so very much appreciated. None of it is ever expected from you guys, but we definitely appreciate it because it keeps the channel going. And no matter how big or small it is, guys, we definitely appreciate you. It all adds up, and it means everything in the world to me. So thank you so much. So I will be here tomorrow. I can't give exact time, guys, because, you know, my days have been crazy busy lately. But I will be here. I promise you that much. For sure. And we will do what we do for sure. Other than that, yeah, maybe Molly can do something with it. She's pretty good at that stuff. Very interesting, though. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's show. I hope it was interesting at least interesting to you guys in some senses. I did very much enjoy it. I always love doing these things with you guys, and it's quite a bit of fun to me. So thank you again. Thank you to the Blue Crew for those of you that hung out and lasted with us. It's 1:46 a.m. Other than that, guys, I just want to say much love to each and every one of you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the channel the way that you do in every aspect that you do. Please know that I absolutely appreciate that more than anything, and love to all of you guys. Other than that, guys, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and no, please don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are why we do what we do and why we are here. I appreciate you all so much, just for being you. And again, I want to tell each and every one of you guys to have a wonderful rest of your night. Good night, and God bless, folks. And I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.